I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead, you're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Yeah, come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists see me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up in your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like Akhenaten City for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happen to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things. It's for protection. Got connection. My complexion, pure black, that's the S. Make me smile. You love me? Show me some love. Alright.
What up? I guess we gotta play one more tune, let the people get the notifications out. Get our chill up real quick. Then we gonna go over a chapter in the book I wrote.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed going in your window. So you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. On pool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this, because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody. I'm not diametrically opposed. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down, hands down, hands down, hands down.
people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Yo, what's up? How y'all doing? What's going on? I don't even need to hear nothing right now. Listening to that song, it was cool though. Bitumen and the Black God. I don't think a discussion about that had even taken place before we started discussing that in the conscious community. Let me know if I'm right or wrong. But in all the old days, listening to the elders or listening to whatever source we had, and I'm not acting like Bitumen is over significant, but it's one piece to the puzzle that helps us understand what it really is. You know what I'm saying? What's really going on. But I remember listening to people all the way back talking about Kemet since Bobby Hemmett, all the way back to Ashwar Crazy. I'm not taking nothing from none of them. I just never heard nobody before us start talking about Bitumen. It was funny because then when we started talking about it, everybody act like they had some prior knowledge. I was on that already. You don't remember? See, what we do is we watch a show, then we go Wiki or Google. I ain't even shared the show out yet. Let me share the show out. Everybody act like we got it. They go Wiki or whatever. Maybe get some quick information on it and then come back and form a rebuttal on it. Hella quick. I don't know, so I'm gonna go over some stuff I wrote in a book called Black Like Osiris. If you ain't got my book Black Like Osiris, you could get it on Amazon. You could get the Kindle version just for $9.99. But if you want to help support, you could get the signed copy. Right? You could get it on my Bandcamp or at a link that you'll be able to find in the chat today. But I'm about to read some of that. For however much readership I feel like doing. I don't feel like I got fully prepared before I started, so I'm about to play this blapper and we gonna get it in. So let's hear this and let's get it started. Oh, you know what? I can play that each song because I ain't even monetizing like that no more. Let me see.
Morodic script in my car.
I can play that too.
Roll through with them arches, all cool. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netaret, who her? Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs we preserve the dead, mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots while your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II.
Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debate to make a fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of me jaw was a scary man. And he is though. I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays.
Yup.
Magi archers. Dead Perry.
Let me get my mouse game right. Alright, go on and let that rock in. Let the people roll in. I wasn't gonna play that, it just came on. So all this started over fights over Egypt, man. Y'all know that. We're gonna go and let that play, then we're gonna get into the knowledge and information. But this the best hip-hop show ever. Come on, go!
Hey, Black Egypt on top. All them little clowns and frauds, they won't stop. So I speak like I'm chic and the Diop when they tell us stop saying it's black. We not. I refuted your Egyptologist, she hot. I just hit her with some primary she ain't got. She a PhD. Yeah, we know now. I made the PhD take the video down. Met Poppy suit me kneel. If you apply yourself, they can't see you. Used to be my main man till you got beat up. Having fights over Egypt. Fights over Egypt. Fights over Egypt.
I'm glad we ain't fighting over Egypt no more. We just talking like we should
Bazaar
talk.
black, I said black. Horus black, don't say that. Bazaar black, I said black. Horus black. Fights over Egypt. Black gods. Magi archers, we killed the black silk. It was all black when the pyramid built. Wanna learn like us, ain't a course for that. Can it mean black silk? It ain't a source for that. It ain't a source for that. Now they made that up. Nubian wig had a white braid that up. Garfield wanna know why I'm ahead of your player. When I was studying, you was selling credit repair. And when you wrote your little book, why wasn't the editor there? When I see you, I'ma say, Nick, come here. Stumbles and fumbles when bumping his guns, but he don't wanna run with the nigga got humbled. And then he said, yeah. You can say that. You can say that. The experts say you can say that. You can call them black people. But I'm saying though, why would they say that? We match our hearts too. And I be hella patient trying to walk with you. But now we just debating when I talk to you. I think cats just hate cause I brought the truth. Yep, you brought the truth. Kemet don't mean no black land, it's more like black city. Cause of the black people in it. I hit up Egyptologists and make them admit it. And I keep receipts. You like Zahi Hawass, you need your ass beat. You a dog when the charlatan doing all you can to stop what's black and marvelous.
Alright, you can go on and let that rock. She telling y'all too, look. You feel me? Woo! Man, I'm putting this out for real. I just be playing on YouTube, but I can put this out for real and have this popping in hip hop. Put up one up if I need to put this out for real, though, for real. I get a new singer to sing Fights Over Egypt. Yeah, I'm putting this out for real. That might help my life. That might help my life. Hey. Alright, we be chilling too hard on this show though. One day I'm gonna do a recap of the best massacre ever. Y'all remember before I went on tour how I was just so content. Now my original rap name was Extra Prolific. Alright, people saying I should put that out for real and do a video and bring that to hip hop. Y'all like the homies in the studio. Y'all know how Doja Cat just blew up because she just was on YouTube or Instagram just asking people what's up with her music and she started following what people said and it worked. But yeah, y'all don't remember? Oh, don't have no fun. Y'all don't remember the videos. I got all them videos from when cats was getting bodied. Chief X tried to do a show, but the viewership was just so low that it just wasn't even worth it. I don't know what he gonna say to none of that. I don't really tripping because I value our opinions to a certain point, but after a while, you gotta stop giving opinion and your personal logic. Give us sources. Give us some sources. Man, I wish I had some more hip hop to play. You feel me? But nah, what y'all wanna do? This gonna probably be a long ass show, so I'll be doing my hip hop thing for about 10, 15, 20 minutes. After that, I'm gonna have to do readership on the screen. Bitumen and the Black Gods. This is just a contribution of mine in my book, Black Like Osiris, that I would like us to understand. I'm still in the Google Doc. Look, I still be reading straight out the Google Doc. You feel me? I learned how to write in the book format in Google Docs, and I just use it. It works fine. But I'm gonna get to that. Somebody said, put it out. You got way more hip hop fans than you know. You feel me? You can say that. They say you can say that. The experts say you can say that. Y'all, let's watch that original video. The you can say that. The experts say you can say that video. See, the fact rap be better than just saying lyrics for no reason. Facts be just hitting harder. See if this video want to play. It's trying to find itself.
The pseudo-killers and Bro Garfield have maintained that Egyptians were not black and that they would never call themselves that. After their statements were disproven, they went on a rampage contacting white Egyptologists to try to get these Egyptologists to say Egyptians were not black and they would not have called themselves that. This effort backfired tremendously as Kara Cooney told them that Egyptians were black, and Dr. Maggie Bryson said they would call themselves Kem, the Black, frequently. Now let's watch Brother Onk switch his position to agreeing with Smash. He knows now Egyptians were black and they called themselves that, confirmed by his experts.
In Egyptian, similarly, Kemet, another root of three sounds, right, three consonant sounds, refers to something that is black in color. Yeah? So it can be used for different words relating to blackness via the Kemet sound. It doesn't mean they're the same thing, it just means they all have something in common. So when it is used for Kemet, the black land, it carries the classifier, and you identified it correctly, it is indeed a classifier, or as Egyptologists sometimes call it, a determinative, which shows that it's a place, right? You were showing me, you showed me the glyph. It's a place with crossroads that you're seeing from the sky. That says it's a location that is referring to the black land, yeah, the inundation, the Nile Valley. This one, you see, the classifier has changed, and so now it is cattle with.
I was trying to see what that background noise was. It was in their video.
Horns, and it's referring to cattle that is black in color. Okay, so it's not the same word. Like I'm saying, everything that's sort of Kemet related, like this guy who calls himself Kemi, the Black, in his nickname, right, his epithet, that's also
I never heard
black.
that noise
it's a slightly
in the video
different
before.
word. It's got the same root, so it means something that's connected. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. So let me ask you this. Can't you hold on, let me say this. So you could read that the black people, right? The black people, right? So you could read that the black people, right? The black people, right? The black people, right? You could actually say that. I'm telling you, yo, the expert said you could literally say it if you wanted to. The black people, right?
You can say that. You can say that. I'm telling you. I'm saying you can say that. The experts say you can say that.
So let me ask you this. Can't you hold on, let me say this. So you could read that the black people, right?
I've consistently said that interjecting race into the conversation, like black or white, is anachronistic.
The black people, right?
And during those time periods, they would have never called themselves black.
So let me ask you this. Can't you hold on, let me say this. So you could read that the black people, right?
And I simply said, if you're saying that the Egyptians call themselves black people, then you're completely out of cultural context.
So let me ask you this. Can't you hold on, let me say this. So you could read that the black people, right?
Now, Brother Ankh agrees that you can read Kemet as the black people, so his pseudo-killer cult following will also have to switch their position. Game over.
Dang, that was a body way back in the day, huh? I mean, see, when these videos first come out and people do their first response, you got to remember, this shit gonna age. I can whip this out whenever I want to, right? And it's gonna get worse and worse and worse as everybody switch up, because now they overwhelmed by the facts that the Magi archers, plural, brought out, right? Like, how easy did we kill the Black Silk? For real, though. Golly, they won't even say nothing about the Black Silk no more. Let me tell y'all who ain't up on that. What's up with that? Cats was trying to stick behind the European lie that Egypt was called black, the black land, because of the silk. Magi archers, we killed the Black Silk. It was all black when the pyramid built. I like my simple. I like simple. I ain't even, like, if they want me to be complicated on the mic just to show I got it, I'm going to do it. But I like killing somebody with Magi archers. We killed the Black Silk. It was all black when the pyramid built. Because that's facts. Well, we can really talk about that if we want to, because there were foreigners coming in even at those early times. But they was coming in to get down with an officialdom that was already set up. Come on now. So what about that Bitumen? They let that go? The only document, and I sourced it in my book, the only document that I could find associating Bitumen lightly to what we kind of talked about was that document that said it had practical and theological purposes, which I also argued. But they argued that there was some change in the religious tradition that would cause ancient Egyptians to start placing bitumen. Let me show people who don't know, who don't remember what bitumen was. Bitumen, asphalt, pitch. Now, I'm just trying to click on. Natural bitumen can be found like this, but I'm pretty sure there's a process or something where they turned, well, it's a petroleum naturally, so it's going to come out of this solid form, but I don't know what that process is, getting it into, you know, a liquid form, a thick, viscous liquid form of petroleum, where then you can smear it and rub it on people. Right? So you see how black that is. Now, in my argument, I do facetiously argue that Bitumen was the first blackface. With no negative pejoratives or anything like that attached to it. You would rub bitumen on the deceased to make their body and face black. When we explore the theological side of the use of bitumen, if we explore the practical side of the use of bitumen, we understand that it helped to preserve the body and fought against decay. Right? So we will talk about, and I don't know how much of my article I will read, but we could, because I could just talk about it. And I encourage you to support and cop that book. You feel me? So that's that bitumen right there. Let's see if somebody updated their game on bitumen. Bitumen. I'm just trying to see what's been going on. See, all right, 3 months ago, King's monologue. So he spoke on it. Feel me? Our contributions be helping to disseminate. Come on, man, we got contributions. Let's see. Like in the next 3-4 years, there's gonna be articles all on bitumen talking about the black gods. Not the black goo. Let's not get it confused, because a lot of scientists have gotten that confused. Let's see what King Monologue said.
When the Arabs initially encountered mummified bodies, their dark color reminded them of bitumen, known to them as mum. Hence, the Arabs called the bodies mumia, after the blackest material they knew. However, in 2016, scientist K.A. Clark and team decided to undergo the investigation of exactly how much bitumen was used in the Egyptian mummification compounds. The researchers investigated 91 materials comprising balms, tissues and textiles from 39 mummies dating from 3200 BC to AD 395. They targeted petroleum bitumen biomarkers. Surprisingly, they found that during the Old, Middle and New Kingdoms of Egypt, that none of the mummification compounds contained any detectable bitumen.
Hold on, let's stop.
This proved that the...
Now, we talked about this, and my book helps to bring some conclusion to why this would be. Originally, the black mummies was really black. But I would just say, I don't want to, now they were mummified, right? And so I got a whole presentation on, all we got to do is Google search black putrefaction. And we'll understand that it happens if the body is left exposed to the elements. But there are things that we do to slow down the natural process of black putrefaction, is when dead things become black. So these original mummies, since they're mummified, we can already say their skin is not black as a result of black putrefaction. That's what this study showed as well. Well, the study showed that it was not black because of bitumen use. But then in the New Kingdom, people started, well, I could just say in the New Kingdom, we can detect that some of the blackness on the mummies was indeed bitumen. Let's hear how our brother chimes in on that.
Blackness of the mummified Egyptians required some other explanation. It was either the result of some other, hitherto unknown darkening compound, or simply the expression of the natural pigmentation of high melanin levels. This seems to be supported when observing the mummifications of Asians and Peruvian samples who retain close to natural skin pigmentation. However, in addition to that, after 1000 BC, during the Third Intermediary Period, it was during this time, a period of foreign rule in Egypt, largely the result of Mediterranean invasion, that we do find the introduction of bitumen into the mummification compounds.
Hold on. Now, let's just talk about my imaginary kingdom right now that we all participate in. We hold down the land of Mijah, right? When Kemet needs some, I need to get that. Oh, I'm tripping. I still got the Amarat Scribe group held hostage. I never intended to keep that forever. It was just showing how dumb people is when they get in the internet fights. But I ain't got no line to even give that back to nobody. No, I could do it through the computer. But I don't want people to see that as no peace gesture or nothing. I'm just being who I am. But yeah, I got named it the land of Mijah, and that's what made me think about that right now. The land of Mijah, where the Magi dwell. And they only came and stayed in Kemet when Kemet needed them to. It ain't never been the other way around. Like, cats got to stop tripping. The only documentation, I repeat, let's go primaries. Let's do the knowledge. Where are the people at who used to try to refute this? The only documentation we gonna find on the ancient Egyptians sending tribute, I don't want to be absolute. One of the only documents that we'll find with ancient Egyptians sending tribute, it is sending tribute to Nubians, Nehesi, of Ugarit. Yeah, this is definitely a King Monologues video. Right? Now, remember when I said there are time periods when we can look at the term, find the term Nehesi to indicate a people group? This attestation is one of the reasons why I say that. Because we can find a letter from the Temple of Amun in Thebes, addressed to the Nehesi of Ugarit, where they're sending the Nehesi of Ugarit tribute in order for them to watch over a gold mining platoon. So I only said that to say because the evidence that we often think, we see things like the tomb of Hoi, where we see goods coming in from Nubia to Kemet, but we don't know anything about the goods that went out. Exactly, Ugarit. Exactly. Thank you for pointing that out, and we can discuss that later or in another video. And so that attestation is also an attestation I use to show that Nubians or Nehesi spread as far as Ugarit, right below Lebanon, above modern-day Israel-ish area. But we're going to let our brother keep on getting it in, and then we'll talk about it more. I think I accidentally skipped to the video.
It was either the result of some other, hitherto unknown darkening compound, or simply the expression of the natural pigmentation of high melanin levels. This seems to be supported when observing the mummifications of Asians and Peruvian samples who retain close to natural skin pigmentation. However, in addition to that, after 1000 BC, during the Third Intermediary Period, It was during this time, a period of foreign rule in Egypt, largely the result of Mediterranean invasion, that we do find the introduction of bitumen into the mummification compounds. Seemingly it was deliberately added to blacken the compounds. This would indicate that the foreign dynasties sought to artificially attain the same blackness that they observed occurring naturally amongst the native populations. This fabrication of blackness.
Now, just from doing the research, I understand, and I stand behind my brother's conjecture there, where he says that this is probably because, or however he worded it, they wanted to reflect the blackness. Let's hear how he worded it.
That they observed occurring naturally. Seemingly it was deliberately added to blacken the compounds. This would indicate that the foreign dynasties sought to artificially attain the same blackness that they observed occurring naturally amongst the native populations.
Now, there's very much truth to that. But in my book, I come to other conclusions. It was because the blackness of the original population matched the effigy of divinity, right? With the divine black gods, Heru, Aset, and Wasir. All of them can be found called him in different texts and for different reasons. Well, when we come to Heru, him being called black leads us into a geographical inquiry like Aset, unlike Aset and Wasir being called black. Why do I say this? Because we get multiple attestations of Heru being black, but the majority of them are in juxtaposition to the color red, and in one directly states that Heru is awarded the black land, and Sutek Set, his evil uncle, was awarded the red land. When it comes to Osiris, Wasir, there is no text attaching his blackness or giving us any clue that his blackness has to do with anything geographical or concerning geology or the earth or anything. Not a primary text. Actually, when we look at the primary text and we fall short at coming up with an explanation for his blackness, Osiris was said. We see they call him Kimi, and we understand this, and then we see Aset, his counterpart, as Sati Kemet, which is the black woman. Earlier explanations for this, and let's think about this. Who really knew the Medu Neter like that when Plutarch was walking around? Yet Plutarch leaves in the attestation, multiple attestations in his Isis and Osiris, where he says Osiris was black because of moisture, but there's a statement in that same book that says, and we could talk about moisture, whether that is a secondary attestation trying to link him to something, a quality of moisture and the facility of life-giving properties which they thought to be in water, not dirt or black silk. I mean, we did that challenge. That's why Magi Archers, we killed the Black Silk. It's because we asked people, professionals, why do they say that ancient Egypt is the black land because of the silk? And when we asked the right questions, they gave the right answers. One of the most esteemed epigraphers for UCLA, first reply, his A reply, was that racism involved. His B reply, I don't even remember his B reply, because after you say the A reply, I already know that's all I need you to say. But he tried to come up with some association between the black and the red, and then I questioned, why do we never talk about the associations of the black and red when it comes to Heru and Sutek, and quite plausibly see if that is, see if that is plausible for an explanation about the dichotomy between the black and the red. As far as Bitumen is concerned, we just see the black. We just dealing with the black. Now, y'all want to hear something that's hella crazy? A modern term that we've been using when talking about this is a black reality. I got that statement out of an email from a linguist and PhD who I correspond with, who used that exact statement. He put those words together, black reality, right? To envelop or to encompass all of the things that they described as Kim, including themselves, that we are looking for an explanation to why. Their cattle, their land, and everything. I've heard us use this term. It didn't really become popular, but I was watching Chris Como, and I just heard him speak on, he was like, this black reality. And I was like, huh? He must be watching Brother Reggie. But Bitumen, as we see here, is also, and I won't even say this is a natural part of the black reality. This is a process that they developed to bring into their culture to expand their black reality. But it had uses. It was practical. Let's talk about practical. We got that down. It helped the body to be preserved. But as we thought about it, the account said the earlier mummies the blackness of the earliest mummies were not a result of bitumen usage. So then why the increase of a use of bitumen in the New Kingdom when we start to see people that would not have an opportunity to have such a black hue come into the culture through series of all kind of stuff, invasions and wars and everything. By the time the Romans got there, the bitumen use was at its highest. So I would rule out that they was just trying to look like the black people. Right? I never argue that in my work, and we try to go a little bit deeper than that. Because when we talk about an effigy, we know what an effigy is, right? I'm going to put it up on the Google. It's just an image. But it's normally like an image of deity. So if you like your effigy, you could just say it's your image. Let me go.
This fabrication of blackness thus
It's just your image.
Effigy.
A sculpture or a model of a person, but a roughly made model of a particular person. Now, they're not giving us the theological, really, when thinking theologically, an effigy is like an icon, is like an image of divinity. And we'll see that word later, quite possibly when we learn more about this bitumen. Right? And so the reason why I chose that word is because it went beyond the mere representation of a black man onto the representation of the divine black entity in the universe. The way that is reconciled in European Egyptology is divine monarchy. That's because we got to force African concepts into a European language. And that kind of fit, but it don't all the way fit. The ruler of the universe was black to them for multiple reasons. First, let's just give us the easiest start. The darkness of the cosmos, right? And we could go into ancient Greek mythology, and if you explore and do the work on the real work on the name Ethiopia, you will see that the burning, etymologically, the burning in the word Ethiops, it comes from a etymon, a dual compound etymon, A-E-I, the-in. I don't know how do you pronounce A-E-I? A-I, I don't know, so I just spelled it. But if you look up, what you'll find is the burning they refer to in Greek mythology when talking about Ethiopians originally was a cosmic fire. I'm damn near about to, y'all don't know? Oh, let's start cooking. Y'all know about the cosmic fire? Well, it actually breaks down to always running. And people don't really get that. How you getting always running from Ethiops? We say it means burnt face. So you think burnt, you think toast. They think burnt cosmic fire. And I wish I could say the name of the one who pushed this forward the most, Ananagoras or whatever. One of the Greeks, but I got their names written down and I can show the source. But also, so what am I saying? I'm saying that there was a view of the cosmos or the darkness or the blackness of the cosmos being represented in individuals who bore that, who was that black? Now, this could cause us to come up with hella pseudo-isms and hide behind these pseudo-isms in Egyptology when we see things like a mortuary statue of what they would like to call a funerary statue of Amenhotep, of Mentuhotep II, or images of Amos Nefertari in her divine black hue. It definitely could cause confusion, and we gotta understand there's no It's not just, you gotta be more open, bro. It's not just one way things go. Concepts develop and they get multifold and we start to see things. But y'all have seen me over and over and over say and show sources from the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Egypt that discredits all the old statements that Mentuhotep II, the blackness of his statue, didn't have anything to do with the way he looked. And if not just me, but multiple scholars come to the conclusion that this has something to do with divine monarchy, but they don't express it right. They say it is Osirian symbolism. That ain't that. If this was Osirian symbolism, then everyone turns to it with seer. Right? You know what? You got more attestations of people turning into Asar than you have of Asar himself. See? It's about 2,100. Thank you. I heard Chris Como come on the TV and try to drop a new statement, Reggie, and he said, you know, this black reality. I'll let you hear it because it can't be too far in my YouTube stuff I was watching. I was like, oh, he must have got that already. But yeah, what's up? But I know I ain't gonna be able to find that like that, but so where in the ancient Egyptian anywhere is Mentuhotep II a divine monarch in the afterlife? And why him and not Intef the elder? Or his predecessors who really set it off? What is up with this selective divinity that we see? Mentuhotep and Nefertari and nobody else? That don't work like that. They got that all wrong. I made a statement that there's more attestations of people turning to Asar, Wasir, than there are of Wasir. And when you look into the text corpus, you will find that to be true. And if it ain't true, it's hella close to true. Because the numbers in my head is like 2001 for Wasir, and it's like 2,800 for people turning into Wasir. But nevertheless, that means a lot. That means that if the blackness had to do with you becoming a Wasir, then everyone in the afterlife would be the ruler of the universe. So then, I don't want to inject any Christian ideology into here, but right now I will, for us to think about the body of Christ, the concept of the body of Christ. The concept of the body of Christ is something that now modern day people in the world can join that and become a part of it. In that, if you conceptualize it in those ways, the church is the body of Christ. You know, you've heard all these things in your Christianity, right? Then you can also conceptualize it in other ways and take ritualistic, I don't want to say incantations. No, you actually eat something that represents the body of Christ. What are those called? It starts with a C. When you do that, but I forgot the word. Right? And so now you would have to say, since everybody ain't becoming a divine monarch in the afterlife, there must have been a concept of joining, not becoming, but we get it the way that they teach it to us. But I'm asking us to allow ourselves to think outside of the box a little bit. They had to have been joining, quote unquote, the body of what's there, the divine monarch in the afterlife. Because how you just about to have everybody who died running around in that doo-wop because they black, now they the boss. That don't really fly. You feel me? Now let's let my brother finish then what he's saying, and I'll finish expounding on the subjects I just brought up.
To artificially attain the same blackness that they observed occurring naturally amongst the native populations. This fabrication of blackness thus aligning them with the color of the natives and the gods, and improving their transition and favor in the afterlife.
Yeah, he definitely did not necessarily say nothing wrong there. It was just a short breakdown of it done in 1 minute and 53 seconds. Right? The truth to the matter is, those who wanted to, I can't just tell you this is the truth to the matter, but we just have to investigate it like the evidence shows. There was no change in the tradition to make those in the later time period want to use bitumen. There was no change in the religious tradition. It was a change in the stock of the people. You feel me? And so, do I gotta read this? No, I encourage you to read my book. We ain't even gonna readership up today. We just getting it in. I don't even feel like reading now. But yeah, it was more or less a change in the people, and I will argue that the use of bitumen reflected one. It was, and we find primary text to tell us this. It was considered the sweat of the gods, right? It was considered the substance. Well, there you have it. And all of these attestations and the sources are in my book. It was considered the substance of Osiris. The divine substance of the substance of the divine monarch of the universe. Bitumen. Now, I could prove that the way you looked when you had bitumen on your face and body, in your corpse, in your dead state, the way that you looked, I proved it in my book, that the way that you looked was of prime, that was more, of chief importance, more than expressed, more than the practical uses. Meaning, they'll be like, yeah, you'll be sealed off to this, but they really, the chief thing that they say in a pyramid text that explains, it ain't a pyramid text, it's an ancient Egyptian text that explains the use of bitumen. They say that you now match the image of the god. So think about that. And we can't compartmentalize. This is one big explanation. If you rub bitumen on you and you now match the image of the God, why is that? It's a simple question. It's because you now are all black. But yet, we sing, and in primary text, it goes back to the 4th dynasty. It's funny that we find people turning into Rasar. I might have to open the text corpus. We almost find people, we find people turning into Rasar as soon as he came out. 5th dynasty. Right? Now, we just talked about how they wasn't using bitumen in the 5th dynasty mummies. They was naturally black. So if we find primary text to say, once you have this bitumen on you, you now match the image of the God, just because he's black now, then it would be safe to say those who already was black already matched the image of the God. Kimmy, the black one. That's not a stretch. So they already, now we talk about, see again, Yogi said, I thought it was because of the cattle. I thought it was this. Didn't we just say a whole complete black reality that encompassed so many divine black things to them, including the people? We are willing to accept that some people who supposedly came up out of Egypt came up with a concept of being God's chosen people. That's the divine ones. But the people in the land that they came out of could not have developed a concept to where they was the divine people. And lo and behold, the chief deities in there, if you want to call it I'll call it the Necharuion, I don't know, pantheon, right? They're all black. They all black. Asar and Aset being naturally black, Ptah possibly being naturally black, and men being black as a result of the divine monarch of the universe, Asar, making them black. I repeat, it's all in my book, all with the sources. Asar first rubbed bitumen on the god men. That was the first use of bitumen. How about that? You can go right in the text corpus and type MNNN and read the text that explains the ancient Egyptian perspective on bitumen. So this reveals two things. That in your deceased state, we're not even talking about in the living state. But in the deceased state, they didn't put like no dark brown. They didn't use red ochre. They wasn't trying to make him look like me. They was trying to go black, as black as they could go. They used bitumen. Right? Now, why would I say that the blackness of the cosmos has anything to do with this. It's because we read primary text, and in the primary text, we can find some things revealed to us that aren't revealed in secondary sources. And primarily in this text, they give a name for the cosmos that is not used anywhere else. And it says, like, now your face black like the, dang, let me remember it. I'm gonna just scroll down in my book. It's like Ka'u. Oh, it is the Zamak Ka'u, but I'm gonna find it in here. It's the Zamak Ka'u, right? Now your face is as black as the Zamak Ka'u. What is the Zamak Ka'u? Sound like I'm just making up stuff, huh? Zamak Ka'u. Well, if you know Medu Neter, you probably know Kaka'u. The other way you say darkness, right? And then you know Zama. Hold on one second. What's up? And then you know Zama, to come together. But when they say Zama Kaka'u, they have a statement just like, believe it or not, I know I'm far down in the etymology and you won't believe it on the surface level, but it's similar to the original meaning of Ethiopia, which don't got nothing to do with burnt face. See, it goes, oh man. Zamakakayu also references the blackness of the cosmos, not through cosmic fire, yet when Greeks want to run the same type of reflection of the cosmos in the face of a man, then they start talking about it being the result of cosmic fire. But I'm gonna show the sources on that after I finish this. Right now we're looking for Zamakaka'u. But I broke it down so good in my book that I show you every single oil that is used in the embalming process. Right? And then we can say, like, even you can't say they added bitumen to some other oils. Nope, that ain't how that happened. And it's all right here. They actually went through a process of putting these oils on in different layers. Here we go. Kaka'u Zama, right? I said Zama Kaka'u. It is actually Kaka'u Zama'u. Now I'm just gonna read right here what is written. And it says, this is straightforward, but it's still hard to interpret. Waba is to open or to drill. The way is wat. It says here the term for darkness is kaka'u zama'u. This is the darkness before creation. And I got my footnote number 33 there in case y'all want to see where I got that from. Finally, the two black gods. Now, this is when I am explaining that it is indeed Osiris, he the king of the universe. All these other gods is under him, unless you want to go into different ancient Egyptian theologies, and then you shift up to gods, what have you, right? But in this perspective pertaining to the black reality, we got to look at Osiris as being the divine monarch and his whole black family. Now, at this point, I'm starting to show the primary text where Osiris makes men black. Now you can say I oversimplified that, where Osiris takes the flesh of himself, which is the bitumen, and he put it on the god men. Right? So let's talk about it. All right, let's read it. It says, finally, two black gods, Osiris and men, are spoken of. And this is a translation straight from the primary. It says, so you come out alive onto the terrace and healthy into the necropolis. For the gods in Coptos, and that'll be significant in a moment. Hold up. For the gods of Coptos are the protection of your body. And men of Coptos drives out your enemies. He who comes to you will come to you. Osiris, the father of the god Hathor, justified, son of Harseus, justified, child of Tahir, justified. All right. This embalming ritual text analysis remains incomplete. Bitumen is referred to in connection to Osiris later in this text. While another Neteru is introduced subsequently, the essential aspects regarding Osiris, men, Bitumen, and the deceased have already been disclosed. Hold on, let me make sure I'm showing you where he put the where Osiris actually placed this Bitumen on men. Because next we're about to see something really good. I might need to go up. All right, here you go. Bow. Osiris comes out to you from Koptos, the great god in Koptos, who is at the head of the house of gold. May he bring you the discharge that comes out of him, the asphalt that comes out of his body. In case y'all thought I was supposed to say pause or something. The asphalt. Now, this word asphalt is a translation of what? Bitumen. See? When we go into the text, it says M-N-N-N right here. That comes out of his body. So let us be established from primary text that bitumen, in the theological uses of bitumen, the concepts that they developed around it, it came out of the body of Osiris. It was the discharge that comes out of him, the asphalt that comes out of his body. Now, let's look at what happened here. May he bring you the divine material from Bat as he did for men himself. Now, we got to start talking about locations. And in my research, Bat wasn't as easy to find. I found it, but it ain't called that, nor is Koptos. Most of us know that Koptos is Gebtu. Gebtu would be around the 7th nome. And it appears that Bat is another name for a nome that was right in the same area. Right? But let's read this again. Osiris comes to you from Koptos. This is an embalming ritual. The great god in Koptos, who is at the head of the house of gold, may he bring you the discharge that comes out of him, the asphalt that comes out of his body. May he bring you the divine material from Bat as he did for men. Exactly. Reggie just dropped a bomb. He said the king of Assyria said Taharka was like asphalt, the word asphalt. So he said he was like bitumen. We have observed that it was Osiris who transformed men into the black figure. Now, am I expounding on that? I'm about to break this down. I found it all in my book. Check it out. We have observed that it was Osiris who transformed men into the black figure using the divine material sourced from Bat, the 7th nome of Upper Egypt. I got my footnote there. Gebtu is, I did say the 7th nome earlier, but I said that Gebtu was the 7th nome. That's the 5th nome. See, I should have just reading. This is the 5th nome of Upper Egypt. Why is all of that significant? Because we still down right just at the border of Sudan, Egyptian Nubia. All of these, everything take place down there. All y'all talking about that northern influence, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. But this discharge that comes out of Osiris's body is called Menenin in Egyptology speak. A M and 3 N's. M-N-N-N. If you want to research it, you go M-N-N-N. This is bitumen. So there is no speculation that bitumen is related to the blackness of the Neteru, Osiris, and men. That's why they don't be trying to get at me like that, because it's going to get real homeworky. They got to do some real homework to discredit this. Black asphalt is made of bitumen. Black asphalt is bitumen. And it says the asphalt that comes out of his body. Now check this out. Y'all got to remember that this was from an embalming ritual. So that actually, this is a priest reciting this text over the deceased as they do the ritual. What does it say next? After they want you to get the bitumen just like men got the bitumen, I'm going to go back up. So y'all won't act like I'm making it up. Look, it says, may he bring you the discharge that comes out of him, the asphalt that comes out of his body. May he bring you the divine material from Ba as he did for men himself. And what does the next line read? It make him so mad, bro. The next line really say, may your skin be anointed in the duat. Well, there you have it. Anyone who wants to argue that, oh, well, the skin anointment is about they want some lotion or they don't want them to be dry, is about to be discredited in the next sentence. What this points out is that the observation of his skin being anointed is significant. But they'll let us know here. And I'll read it. This translation is not deemed acceptable because it fails to capture the intended context articulated by the original scribe. There is no word for become in the transliteration. And let me see if I can get this down. Right? And the word heknek does not mean become. Yanem ek means your skin. And hinu means in the interior of, within, out of, spatially. The duat is defined as the duat or the underworld, cryptic burial chamber, a cave, or an abyss. So now let's read the footnote on the term heknen used in this text. I'm just breaking down how they ain't really. I'm gonna stay on track and not go too far off. Here's the next reading, okay? And this is why this is hella significant. The next sentence reads, after your skin being anointed, the next sentence reads, may your face be open in the ways of darkness. Now that's where we get lost. Because Europeans, you can't squeeze that in the English right. You losing that you lost everything in the translation. Unless, of course, y'all know what that means. See, stop accepting these translations that you really don't know what it means. They wasn't talking in mumbo jumbo. Oh, you know what this means? May your face be open in the ways of darkness. No, you don't know what that means. Because it's stupid. They just put a badass translation and they never thought that people who could understand this stuff better would finally start reading it. So I broke down in my book how dumb this is and how you need to reword it based on our knowledge of the Middle Nature. I didn't discredit it. Look at how you got to be humble. So I said, this is straightforward, but still hard to interpret. Ba is to open or to drill. The way is a wat. Now it says, here the term for darkness, kaka'u zama. This is darkness before creation. Go look at it. Go just look it up and do the knowledge on kaka'u zama. That is what it is. Let me pull it up, man. Why is that significant? Because it's not like may your face be open to the ways of darkness. This ain't just typically darkness. And it's may your face be open to. That's cool. But it's kind of like saying that now your image is reflected of the darkness before creation. Let me prove that. People be thinking I just be talking. If something in my head, I'm trying to get it out so others can see. And if I'm not doing a good job, I have to use these tools. All right. So I'm going to go to the text corpus and they're going to agree directly with me. Right. But what you're going to see is the translation don't reflect this because they don't understand it. Let me see. Bow. Kaka'u zama. What does it say? Twilight, darkness, darkness. Click into it though. Now, what did I say? Let me make this bigger. Let's come down here. They going off twilight, darkness, darkness. It's not as expensive. Look, united intense darkness before creation. Golly, I ain't just making this up. Ain't that different? Ain't that different? Think of how dark the intense darkness before creation is. Blackity, blackity, black, black, black. May your face be united. May your face be open in the way of the darkness before creation, bro. They putting black bitumen on him. They trying to make him basically reflect the divine monarch of the universe. Right? And we see this now. But what is evident in what I'm breaking down to you is people can't act like it got something else to do with the way they look. You got to be black, black, black. I mean, I put it this way. I would have to rub some bitumen on me. Y'all would need some bitumen too. So stop acting like it's something like, you know what I'm saying? Ain't none of us got that natural hue they looking for. We all need a little bit of bitumen, so stop tripping. Ain't nothing you excluded from. You know what I mean? I think that point has been thoroughly shown. Right? Anybody confused about Osiris making the god men black, we could talk about it. But I want to move on to more, how the next few lines let us know that they are literally talking about, and this is why I cited the word before, the effigy of the Necha, of the divine monarch, Osiris. They not trying to make you do nothing else at that point but look like him. His black skin. Because they say this here. And again, you squeeze this in the English words, and I'm about to prove, because I've done the research, that's why I wrote the book. I'm about to prove that they mistranslated this. They didn't mistranslate it. Their translations are excellent if you need to fit African concepts in the European languages. It's the best you're going to get, but you're not going to get the truth all the way. It'd be hard to squeeze some of these concepts. You got to find the words, right? And sometimes you can't find the words. So let's see. We're going to read directly from the text here again. So you come out alive on the terrace. I read this before. This is the one I started with when I read the wrong one. Now, this embalming ritual text analysis remains incomplete. Y'all read all of that. This is the next line I need y'all to see. It says here at 9:4, which is directly after this line up here. Receive the bitumen. This is their translation. It says what? How would you say that? How you zep? Shajep inek. Oh, so I would say shajep. Shajep inek minin nefer. Now that minin nefer, shem ek. All right, we're gonna look all that up. It translates to receive the bitumen for you. Your being is perfect. Let me reiterate. This is a priestly recitation over a corpse that the divine sealer, his name is the divine sealer, he's doing the anointment while the priest is making these incantations. All right? So you should imagine in a dark tomb called the Duat, it's only 3 people in the room, allowed in the room during this process. Who? The priest, the divine embalmer, the divine sealer, and who's third? You. At least that's how they break it down, but the divine sealer may have helpers. But when it says receive the bitumen for you, your being is perfect, now you can kind of contextualize that. Somebody putting the bitumen on the deceased and there's a priest like, receive this bitumen. Your being is perfect. That's not good enough for us. So let me show y'all what I broke down in my book. And this is why I at least think this work is valuable. This passage provides insight into the embalmer's intentions regarding the use of bitumen. Now check this out. SZP, and that's SH, shajep is to receive, all right? MNN is bitumen. So it has a shajep in that for you to receive, and we receive to you, shajep in that. Next, we got MNN, is bitumen. Next, we got NFR, which is nefer, which means good. So to receive to you the good bitumen, or they are saying that this nefer means perfect, because all we got after that is your image, right? So let's see what I wrote about that. Nefer means good in this instance. The term of scrutiny here is S-capital-S-M. Sashem, all right? Sashem. Sashem is the manifestation of God. See, why they didn't put that in their translation? They completely threw y'all off to say Sashem just means your being. That's not correct. And I'll show you in this, here go all my sources right here. Sashem is the manifestation of God. I just showed you Kaka'u on the screen. Let's see if I can show you that right quick. Right? I'm going to take this, and it's going to say the manifestation of God. Why are they leaving that out? Because this blackness now got to do with you manifesting God. Oh, they ain't about to tell you that. It's going to take me to tell you that. So let's look at this Hashem we're looking for. Translate to English. Why does it say high school? This is the one we want, but this translation, I don't know what's going on here. Is this the one we want? Look, there you go. That's the one we want. I'll be knowing. Look. What is it? I translated to English, but you're a being. See, they just took this word being. They always do that. When they rub bitumen on the deceased body and you trying to figure out which translation to use, tell me that this is honest. They already know they just rubbed hella black stuff on his body. But they want to avoid using the one that says the manifestation of a God. See? You can see now, I could do this in a courtroom. When you got evidence this strong that show that people be meddling with stuff, the dude who made this translation had the option to use either of these. Being, manifestation of a God. Let's even go closer. They say that being is going to the German language. Manifestation of a God is English. So instead of writing, receive the Bitumen for you, your manifestation as a God is beautiful. They say, receive the Bitumen for you, your being is perfect. They translated that out. They translated the fact that when you turn black, you about to be a manifestation of the God. That's why people can't understand this. If they would have left it how it's supposed to be, then everybody would know Bitumen make you look like the black God. But they want to translate, receive the Bitumen for you, your being is perfect. Look, I'm going to show you this other word so y'all won't act like I'm doing. I just showed you it. This is the word. Look, S-S-H-M, right? Sashem, right? That is the manifestation of God. First of all, we know your being ain't perfect because you dead. Checkmate. The word ain't nothing dead a being because it stopped being. Being acknowledges existence. Don't say just because a human being died, he's not a human being no more. He's still a human being, but he's not being anything. He doesn't exist anywhere. To be is a state of existence. Now, if you being, you are existing. People don't know that. They just took be. I be chilling. I exist in a state of happiness. So being ain't really a word. It is B-I-N-G. It's still an action. You can think of it as a noun because you say, oh, I'm a human being. I told you, that's why we don't be understanding English. You're not being if you ain't existing. You used to be. You used to be. See? But you don't be no more. So you ain't being. But anyway, that's just playing with words, but it's the truth of understanding why they shouldn't have opted to this word, because we're talking about the deceased. But wouldn't the manifestation of God be more appropriate when you're talking about the deceased? So I think I beat that down to the ground that no one can argue that now the way you look, the blackness of how you look is why they was using Bitumen. And even the scientific tests show that the black ones who didn't have Bitumen already was black. So when we talk about Bitumen and the black guys, I did an hour 30. These, y'all know, man, come on, y'all know I got that fire. I hate to talk about myself, but I could be doing these presentations anywhere, man. Come on now. They can't say nothing. Matter of fact, I might need to do this. I might need to put this chapter in this journal. I got something to write for this journal, but the topic ain't my topic. So what we don't understand about the Bitumen before I open up the chat and we get to talking. Like what did we leave on the table about why they was using this black substance for their religious symbolism to look like the black divine monarch of the universe? I know some stuff I mentioned. I mentioned the etymology of Ethiopia, and cats might not know about that. I told y'all that they lied to you and told you it was burnt face, and you start thinking about toast. That's your fault. Because we can't have this insecurity to where we think negative things anytime somebody say something. Right? You can put all kind of insecurities on shit. Historical insecurity, racial insecurity. You can have historical insecurity. As soon as people start talking about where they from and shit, you think they trying to get at you because you don't know where you from. Don't let that pop. So we're gonna go look at the etymology of burnt face and see if they fixed it since they read my information. I'm just playing. It says from the Greek word Ethiopes or Ethiopia, right? So we're gonna expound on this to take that burnt face. First of all, if my memory is right, the definite nah, that ain't right. Because I had to switch up. It wasn't what I was about to say wasn't. I was gonna say Francisco Colon and Jacobus Salinas, but when I thought in my head, they were the ones who translated "amen" to tell the word that "amen" meant "so be it." So I was referencing the wrong people. But that's a lug. You could look into that too. Now, let's talk about this Ethiopia mean burnt face stuff. First, we're going to read this AI overview. The name Ethiopia has multiple possible origins, see? So they already left that open, but they say from the Greek word Ethiopia. The Greek word Ethiopia is a compound word that is derived from the Greek words atheo and ops. See, they left y'all hanging. I'm going to give y'all more knowledge than that. Atheo and ops, which means I burn and face, respectively. The Greeks often use the word Ethiopia to refer to any region in the far south, but north of the equator. It may have originally referred to the radiance reflected in the people. I told you they're going to start putting my information in there. You know what be happening? And I'm starting to figure out, because I'm not special, but you got to stop writing shit in Google Docs and shit. Because they got computers that just read everything. I'm not, but, all right. I remember Z York saying some stuff about, but he didn't have my work. He was saying some stuff about burnt face, something else. Listen to what they say. It may have originally referred to the radiance reflected by people in the east from the morning star, but eventually came to mean the land of the burnt face people. But how come none of y'all never heard of that until right now? I mean, I ain't saying that condescendingly. I'm saying why they don't disseminate the information about the other side of what it could mean readily and available. All we heard was burnt face, thought about toast, and was like burn is negative. So they not really expounding on this correctly, but they did throw you an alley-oop. It's for you to dunk the alley-oop. It says it may have originally referred to the radiance reflected by people in the east from the morning star. Okay? But they don't really know what they're talking about. Now, they also said from the name of Ethiopia's first king, it could come from, or from a legendary individuals. All right? But here's where they leading us off. They said the Greek word Ethiopia is a compound word that is derived from the Greek words atheo and ops, which mean I burn and face. Okay, well, what does atheo mean? And where does that derive from? See? Now, when you take this word, this is what's going to kill you, y'all. First of all, let me drop a bomb. The atheo in the word Ethiopia and ether, that's what Z York used to say. He say the ether face people. Because he decided when he got to that knowledge, he said the ether face people. The reason why he could say that scholastically is because the atheo in Ethiopia and the athe in ether have the same etymon. They come from the same word, and it's only that insecurity and stuff that make us say that it's not the same word. Because we don't got no evidence that the etho, because Ethiopia is just the only word that got that. Like, it's not hella ethos all over the place. I'm not saying the only particular word. I'm talking about a name for a place for some people where they use that etho at the beginning. It's not hell of them. It's just this one. Right? Now, so it could be argued that you can easily and readily, and with any Greek dictionary, argue that the atheo in Ethiopia is ether. Then you're going to say what Z York said. You're going to say ether face people. That ain't that either. You got to even go further. So watch what happened. When I put this in here, atheo, and I asked for the etymon of this, it's going to break up to two words, and I cited those words earlier. I had to spell one of them. It's going to say A-E-I, or E. It's going to say E-A-I-T-H-E-I-N. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's going to say something like that. E-T-Y-M-O-L-O-G. Now, let's see if this is the right one. This says this is not the right one, but let's see what this says. Because they went to ethos. I mean, I got all the homework. I could just go to my drive, but hold on. Let's see if we can find it. Or maybe I have to look in a Greek dictionary for this. Don't put Adam, put Greek. Now, there we go. Now we're going to be able to see it. Right? But they need to, they're not going to give me no etymology. You know, this is some biblical stuff. So I'm going to have to go into my own homework to show us, but then it'll give us, I'll be saving my sources. But all you would have to do is go into a Greek dictionary. I think we could get it right here. Yeah, now watch what happens here. No, that meant esto. That's not what I'm looking for. But if I can find it in this book, it'll be, in this dictionary, it'll be cool. Oh, here we go, ether. I'm just going to go to ether and watch it take us straight there. Right? Hold on. Is it giving me the Greek? I gotta do it somewhere on here. All right, what does this say? Alternate forms. All right, I'm not about to get lost doing this. I'm just going to open up the chat. But I do got the quick homework, so let me go to the quick homework. All I got to do is type it in my thing right here. Drive. And pull this off the screen. Because I took notes on this when I first studied it. And I'm glad I do that. Sometimes I'll be referring to notes from 20 years ago. All right, here we go. Let me see. I know it's in here somewhere. I'm going to just put ether. Oh, I think that's going to be it. Yup, burnt face right here. And I was right. This definition was given to us by Catholicism, Francisco Colon and Jacobus Salinas. So remember when I cited those two earlier and I thought that they gave us the definition for amen? No. It was two Catholics who told the world, do y'all believe this? That that Ethiopia meant burnt face? So sometimes I'll be thinking I'm wrong, then I go look at my old homework and I'll be right. So let's go look for the sources that we're talking about. I think I got it right here. Look. If this website's still open. Because we've proven that the burnt face that they was talking about, oh, this website's still open. We've proven that this was just a link to Zeus Atheos. So in case y'all didn't know that about Zeus Atheos, I just want y'all to read how he's defined here. Zeus Atheos, the glowing or the black, right? So that was just another source I was using in that article, but let's keep going down here. Now I'm just going to read this because I was talking to somebody else's. Before Francisco Colon and Jacobus Salinas, a priest and a theological commentator of the 15th century, concocted a definition of Ethiopia you've mentioned. Before this, all scholars referred to Pliny the Elder, who said Ethiopia got its name from the son of Ptah, Hephaestus, Aethiops. Furthermore, the word Atheo, now remember I was just talking about this, which means to burn, and the word ether, which means the substance of the cosmos, have the same Greek etymon. Now this is the word I was looking for, and I misspelled a couple times. Atheine. Now I'm just gonna pop this in Google and see what it say. But no, dang, I gotta say Greek. It's probably gonna be hard, but hopefully I can show you this. I'll keep reading anyway. It was Socrates who associated ether with the cosmic fire, all right? So it was Socrates who first associated ether with this cosmic fire. Now, if we read Andrea Falcon's work, she tells us that it was Aristotle himself reports that this is the Greek I was trying to think of in the beginning of the show. Anaxagoras, right? Aristotle told us in the beginning that Anaxagoras, fire and air are mixtures of flesh and bone and the like. And as far as ether is concerned, to break down now this is the etymon for ether. I gotta be able to find this on the Google, and y'all gonna think I made that up. Right? Ether. Let me just put ether. Well, you probably ain't gonna be able to find it when I put this in here for some reason. Greek. Look, somebody talking about it right here though. What is ether in Aristotle and Plato's even though they're gonna have the definition in that article, but I'm looking for a direct. There you go, right here. Ancient Greek philosopher. All right. Now let's look at how he says it means aethein, being carried in a certain circular motion. But we're going to talk about how that works to thinking that Ethiopian people got this black face. Now, on this ancient Greek philosopher blog that I don't know nothing about, I just see that this person has a correct source for something that I'm talking about. Right? And he talking about the same thing I'm talking about. We have three accounts, Aristotle, Plato, and oh man, don't tell me this is about to happen. And Herzog on the etymology of ether. Despite being a non-philosopher, we typically non-rational mythological explanations. Guess who comes closest to the correct explanation of the ordination of atheo? Right? That's the word we're talking about. Light up, to kindle, and in the passive, to burn, to blaze. right? On a related to the decidedly politically incorrect note, the Greek name of Ethiopian is literally sunburnt face. Hold on, man. Now this person is, he wrote this in 2015. I think I wrote mine way before 2015. I know that. If I could go look at when this document was created. Wow. I mean, I ain't tripping like that. Like, I don't want people to think that I think I'm first with anything. Look, first created January 2012, bro. Come on, man. I knew because I be doing my own research and I can't find nothing on the internet. Then later you find it on the internet. So I did my work January 2012. This is October 16, 2015. But now it seems like he's going to come to the same. I haven't ever read this, but just from what he said on the related and decidedly politically incorrect note, the Greek name for Ethiopians is literally sunburnt face. He's saying that's incorrect. So let me see. We call the substance of the heaven and the stars aether, not as some do because it burns. Whose blog is this, dog? This is an ancient Greek person. He ain't even on no black stuff. Being firelike, it burns, being firelike, although they are wrong about this ability, which is confused for fire, but because it is always moving. Now that is what let me make this bigger. Look. See, this is the etymon to Ethiopia. This is the etymon to the Athi in Ethiopia. It comes from, just like I said, A-E-I, y'all see that? T-H-E-I-N. It means always moving. Now, how do we get cosmic fire for that? Well, it's Aristotle, and here you go right here. Man, this dude got this from me. It's Aristotle. That just let me know that my work be right. I don't want to be thinking he got this from me. But when you publish it to the internet and I get reads on my blog. I published this on Facebook. But anyway, which is confused for fire, but because it is always moving, but carried in. So let me explain this. When the Greeks observed the cosmos, they was tripping off how the stars was doing what? Always moving. Okay? They didn't start charting them and doing all that. They just was developing concepts and understand that there was some perpetual motion going on. Now, you got to go into Andrea Falcon's work because she explains how this concept of the stars always moving developed in the concept of the stars always moving developed into the concept of cosmic fire by the creation of the mental concept of celestial bodies. I hope I ain't losing nobody because this that real shit. Right? So you remember when they started, what is a celestial body? You could take that in many ways. It could just be some matter of the cosmos. But then when we start to metaphor things up and then we get astrology, we form not physical, but we form literal cosmic bodies to make stuff like the zodiac. Right? You see what I'm saying? And so this is all in their brain working like you're trying to be fly, think of metaphors, think of how the world works. This circular motion, let's see what she says, which is confused for fire. So this person who wrote this article proposed that it was confused with fire. It was not necessarily confused with fire, But let's keep going. Because it is always moving. Aethene, being carried in a circular motion, being an element different than the four, unmixed, and divine. And he got that from Aristotle on the cosmos. Now he says, I construe ether in this way, that it is always running, aethei, because it flows around the air, and this is Plato. So Plato is saying, I construe ether in this way, that it is always running aethei because it flows around the air, aerion. So it would justly be called ether by Plato. Now, this next from Hesiod, it says, and in turn, ether and day came forth from night, whom she gave birth to after mingling in love with Rebus. Right? Let's see what this author says. We can see here that although not explicitly, Hesiod accounts, yes, I was just about to say that, which pairs day and ether together, clearly considers ether to be something like shining or brightness. Well, I wasn't going to say that. In contrast to the blackness of night. What? From which every day and light comes forth. Let's read this again. And in turn, ether and day. What is he talking about? Ether and day. Ether is in juxtaposition to day here. That means that it would be opposite to light. And in turn, ether and day came forth from, well, it could be in connection. Ether and day came forth from night. But he's saying that this guy might have had a concept that ether was brightness. In contrast to, let's see where he's going with this. Oh, he's done? Oh, you tripping, homie. Well, I'm going to continue. Hesiod appears to be the clear winner, although to be fair, Aristotle was usually not taken to be the author on the cosmos. Well, what did this result in? Let's go back to my work. This actually resulted in them coming up with this new theory. Again, we talked about the cosmic body, but I'm going to read it from my work. The burning ether is derived from the cosmic fire. The Aristotelian etymology of ether, aethien, ended the use of the aethien burning as an etymon for ether. I repeat, once they started linking, that's why nobody is even saying the burning no more. Now everybody is saying it's always running, because that was the how do I say that? Aristotelian etymology. They came out and changed it up and was like, nah, because his philosophy was better. Thus began an association between ether and the celestial body without cosmic fire. Okay? Ether had been associated with the celestial burning and cosmic fire since Socrates or before. This is the burn in Aethiops. The ether, the cosmic fire. This word Ethiopia is Homeric. I don't know. I'm doing too much. I'm at 2 hours all by myself. I'm about to open up the Zoom. But I read enough to let us know that there is, thank you, Aristotelian.
Recording in progress.
Aristotelian. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. You broke it down. Aristotelian, yeah. Oh, let me get this up out of here. How do I get this up out of here?
Recording stopped.
Don't report. I am about to share the link. Hopefully we can get a cool show going. And thanks for the contributions. Let me see. I ain't heard no cash app though. Y'all ain't feeling the show? I'm just playing. I'll be more than grateful. Lightweight happy. Like, damn. See if I gotta get some shout outs. As I copy the link and attempt to share it. All right, let's go. 67 in the building. What's up? Put up a like, say something. If y'all got a comment, y'all want to get up, share the video in the groups that you know like stuff like this. You got any Kimmy groups, my videos need to go up every day. Oh yeah, we do got some people out there respecting game. They sending them cash apps. Thank you. Let me see. Oh, thank you, L. Thank you, JB. Dang, y'all on it. Appreciate y'all. You feel me? I just shared the link. Feel free to click the link. We just about to kick it for a minute because when it's class, then it don't have to be class all the time. I'm sitting down at the low of my camera. I can just make it lower. How about that? I don't know. What's up, though? Hold on, man. See if I can play a slapper. Hit the link. Hit the link. We ain't went nowhere. Don't even do it. We're going to listen to some music.
Y'all ain't keeping up with all this madness? Man. We don't want the whole thing, we just want a little piece. War in the Sudan, more in the Middle East. It's the same war since the Moors was in Italy. Military tours, we endured them for centuries, yo. The people start to feel exasperated when it's peace talks, but your dignitary get assassinated. Sexual war violence got them emasculated, and they don't think that shit's foul, they think it's fascinating. Is it Zionism or Frankism? They fondling the daughters of fathers who bank with them. You line with them with my wisdom, I find rhythm and disseminate the truth to heal blind victims. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. You're done with Baghdad, now it's bombs over Gaza. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. You're done with Baghdad, now it's bombs over Gaza. They're sending bombs at civilians and killing children. And the government turn around and send their ass 20 billion. It's facts, dummy, it's whack, that's the tax money. Democrats offer blacks access, then act funny. Fake righteousness, where's the law? That's why they got Hamas and Hezbollah, because blockades and sanctions are starving you. And it's massacres in Africa's and Sudan, what you saying? Even Haiti got barbecue. You live that easy life, wait till it get hard for you. What you accept, well that's what they gon' start to do when it's time to square off with you. Check it out. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. You're done with Baghdad, now it's bombs over Gaza. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. You're done with Baghdad, now it's bombs over Gaza.
I don't know much about the Egyptian use of the drum. I mean, I've seen it, but I haven't done hella research into that. So that's probably why I ain't never spoke on that. We live in the building, make sure y'all tune in. My camera, see? We live all in the building, make sure y'all tune in. Hit that link if y'all want to hit that link. We can keep it popping, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. What's up, G. Lacan?
Hey, what up, Smash? Send money to your Cash App today.
Oh, I
too.
appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, you good? You good?
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Yeah, my favorite YouTube channel, boy.
Thanks for the support, man. It's the
No
support
doubt.
that made me stream again. I'm like, I'm gonna stream some more. Cats feeling the show.
On the real.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So that what's called the Bitumen, huh? So what you saying is prior to you said when they were not using that Bitumen, but until you said what dynasty again? The fifth dynasty? You said
The increased usage of Bitumen, we see it about the New Kingdom.
in the New Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's what's up. Yeah. I'm just here to learn, homie. That's it.
Hell yeah, I'm just chilling. Let me see. I wish I had some more music to play.
Say again?
Said I wish I had some more music to play.
Yo, so who's singing on Fights of Egypt? Was that AI?
That's an original song. No. That's
For
why
real?
that's why I say Knights. If you Google Knights,
Yeah, that's why I thought it said Knights. Yeah.
If you Google Knights over Egypt, you're gonna hear the original song by the original group. But let me go right now. I forgot the name. I don't know how I forgot the name right now. Let me see. Yeah, that's Slapper. Oh, that's the Jones Girls. I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Jones Girl? Okay.
Yeah, that's just slap.
Yeah, that shit is on fire, boy.
I'm about to play that again, bro. Hold on. I mean, I like that song. Like, I'll be riding, I'll be like, play that again, bro. Because it really it really broke them off. Who remembers Cedric? Cedric had made a song. I'm like, y'all don't understand how this works. This fight's over Egypt. People gonna like this for the next 20 years. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know how to make something timeless.
Right.
Yeah, people gonna like that and I don't even know what's going on over here. Let me play that one time. Is that Cloud? All right, King J, shout out to you. Thanks for tapping in. Hold on, I'm gonna play this track, though. Fight over Egypt. All right, y'all feel free to support the channel, man. Don't hold back. Everybody, y'all can click the link. You can click like. Do what you gotta do. But I ain't even tripping out here. I got too much support from y'all, and I love y'all. Hey, somebody said apparently it was sold as medicine. Oh, yeah, that Bitumen? Yeah, they thought it was medicine, man. It's all in my book. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Here we go. Yo.
Hey, Black Egypt on top. All them little clowns and frauds, they won't stop. So I speak like I'm chic and the D.I. When they tell us stop saying it's black, we not. I refuted your Egyptologist, she hot. I just hit her with some primary she ain't got. She a PhD. Yeah, we know now. I made the PhD take the video down. Met Padisu Neil. If you apply yourself, they can't see you. Used to be my main man till you got beat up. Having fights over Egypt. Fights over Egypt. Huh? Fights over Egypt. Lazar black, I said black. Boris black, don't say that. Lazar black, I said black. Boris black. Fights over Egypt. Black gods. Magi archers, we killed the black silk. It was all black when the pyramid built. Wanna learn like us, ain't a course for that. Can it mean black silk? It ain't a source for that. It ain't a source for that. Now they made that up. Nubian wig had a white braid that up. Garfield wanna know why I'm ahead of your player. When I was studying, you was selling credit repair. And when you wrote your little book, why wasn't the editor there? When I see you, I'ma say, Nick, come here. Stumbles and mumbles when bumping his guns, but he don't wanna run with a nigga can humble. And then he said, yeah, you can say that. You can say that. The experts say you can say that. You can call them black people, but I'm saying though, why would they say that? We magi archers too, and I be hella patient trying to walk with you. But now we just debating when I talk to you. I think cats just hating cause I brought the truth. Yup, you brought the truth. Kemet don't mean no black land, it's more like black city, cause of the black people in it. I hit up Egyptologists and make them admit it. And I keep receipts. You like Zahi Hawass, you need your ass beat. You a dog when the charlatan doing all you can to stop what's black and marvelous.
I'ma just turn that down and let that rock in the background. Alright, that's slapping. What's up, King Jack?
He's over here doing my little two-step to your music.
Thank you, man. What's up? You been studying?
Definitely, you studying every day, always, for sure.
Somebody said, can you play Later On? That's my jam. You like that Later On? You want to know what's funny? I just had a show in Canada, in Vancouver, like maybe last month. And I'm talking to the partner of Pigment TV in the chat, and I did that song Later On for the first time in like 30, bro. I ain't performed that song in hella long. But I performed it in Canada. I want to see if I can find my footage of me in Canada yet. Sometimes people will just upload it. Let me see if I can find it. It was cracking. But what's up?
So we building on Bitumen today?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just was on them topic. You feel me?
Okay. So we come to the consensus that is basically New Kingdom practice, or I didn't find any cases where in the Old Kingdom they were using the bitumen to mummy for mummification. It seems to be more of a Ptolemaic practice.
Yeah, it started to increase in the New Kingdom, and by the time the Roman period and the Ptolemaic period got there, it was almost a common practice.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So I think they probably didn't know what was up. They probably was just trying to do like the people they seen before them. But the first ones who probably started using the bitumen probably did know what was up. They was like, you got to look like the God. I mean, I don't know. I put my work on it. You know what I'm saying?
So question. So Osiris would have been the first mummy, right?
I wouldn't be able to say that. There is something called the Tomb of Osiris, and people try to seek out Wasir as a real person, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much. No one's substantiated that, so we only have to go with the mythology. Maybe a person was, the story comes from a person, but we can't actually say no, he was not a person. He's a mythology until we prove it. You know what I'm
Because
saying?
that was my question. Was Osiris? Could we say that Osiris was actually a deified ancestor because he actually was mummified?
There's so much possibility for that to be the case, but we have not found a mummified Osiris, so we can't just make that up. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, for
Yeah.
sure.
But I mean, it seems to be that most progenitors come from veneration. Veneration causes one to be alive first, then you die, then you have a legend, then your legend lives for ages. And once a legend
Mm-hmm.
lives for ages, it becomes a story of somebody who was great, who lived hell a long time ago. You start to deify that, you know what I'm saying? Just naturally, in a sense. Eventually,
Mm-hmm.
Pac, if he carried on the line, the longs that we are on in average in American social, I don't want to call it social media, just our social
Yeah.
structure, Pac would eventually be deified if things
Yeah.
continued the way they had been going. They'd be acting like Biggie and Pac really didn't exist,
Yeah.
and they just was like images of how to be the rawest West Coast or East Coast person. I see we got also good brother Reggie and brother Flag in here. Peace. I want to greet y'all. Say what's
Peace.
up.
Peace.
Peace. Reggie, your mic ain't right yet, probably.
Would Imhotep be a good representation of some of that for back that time period of a
Dang,
person who
I
was
just got some more cash apps. Thank y'all for the cash app. Would Imhotep be a good representation of, hold on. I gotta do proper things. Let me see. GJJBMLN. Thank y'all. What you say? What you say, King J?
I was just asking about would Imhotep be a good example of something of that along the lines of an actual person who was deified and rose to that.
Imhotep was a real person, but Imhotep was never a Netcher. Was he?
Mm.
Maybe Greeks made him a Netcher.
Okay, I thought he
But I
was.
don't know that I mean, you could, so a reference back to Imhotep happens in, I think, Shabaka's time period, or somebody could straighten me out. Someone did reference back to Imhotep, but they referenced him like a great ancestor. I don't think he was referenced like a Netcher.
A netter, okay.
But it was the Greeks who associate him with Hippocrates or whatever. I don't know why, because that name hypocrite come up out of that. And we ain't got no hypocrite with our man. They said they deified him as, I thought he was Hippocrates. The Hippocratic Oath is really to ain't the Hippocratic Oath really to
Yes.
him? Yeah, right. You feel me? Maybe I'm not pronouncing things right, but somebody in the chat said they deified him as Asclepius or whatever. I ain't the best reader of words I ain't familiar with.
In the and it seems like in the late period they did deify Imhotep because there are offerings to him and plates.
Okay,
And
so
then it
how
went
late
to
though? Like, was it the natives or was it the foreigners?
the late kingdom is a combination. The kingdom is a combination of both, but I think that the natives in the late period, there's a lot of change and syncretism
Mm-hmm.
before that period. I can look it up.
Well, that's a good example. Thank you, Reggie. Here's another good example. The one we know the most, Ames Nefertari. Some know little about her. Well, about who? Amenhotep the First. He was actually his cult was bigger than Amos Nefertari, but we hear about the cult of Amos Nefertari. She definitely lived and was venerated, and then people, in a sense, deified her.
Mhm. Okay, so the source says that Imhotep was elevated to the status of a full deity after the Persian conquest of Egypt in
Yeah,
5.
see, that's the Persians.
Okay,
I'm just
wait.
saying they started revering the elder like Pac, like the foreigners be doing Pac. Like, oh, you got Tupac, Tupac, Tupac. Nah, we ain't on it like that. But y'all hear me. I'm gonna press mute and hear from my brothers. And peace to you, brother
Well,
Clay.
I don't have too much to contribute today, because the presentation was way high level in Saber. Yeah, how can I say, Smash Rockwell is my Saber, right? And it was way high, proving the case. What I do have to contribute is that we always have to remember that Min is an earlier nature principle, and Sar absorbed Min's uh, kind of a deification and elements, and that Egyptologists only want to talk about Asar and being Kem in relationship to funerary texts, but the simple fact, and I think you'll see where I'm getting ready to go, right? Uh, that the fact of the matter is they exclude the fact that he is a Sar becomes a kind of a composite nature through syncretism, internal syncretism of the belief system. So Bitumen is called what?
M. How would you pronounce an M in four N's? I mean three N's.
Right. So
Well, let me
I
just make a note real quick, Reggie. Notice the first two consonants of the name of Bitumen is what?
men.
Thank you. Keep going, though. Feel
So
me?
you know where I was going.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
Smash does it real quick in real time. So he knew where I was going. And so Asar is attributed to men's is a composite from men. He absorbs men's stance. Sometimes you see Asar with his penis out like men, and then you see him black. You see him dark, you see him black. Well, not dark, just black, right? So now the
Hey, Reggie.
secretion part is really
Hey, Reggie,
interesting.
let me give you so in the future you could just say ithyphallic, bruh.
Uh,
Ithyphallic, it sound better because people gonna pause you or whatever. Asar is ithyphallic for that reason. You feel me?
Well,
Yeah.
we're grown, and they do that in Egyptology too. So they don't always use the word epiphalic. Sometimes they get to the point, right? So yeah, epiphalic for the purposes of this show, and for the hater Hebrews, and for the haters in our own communities, right? Who look for late points to how can to not understand, to counter what Smash is saying. So now, if we go back to the first consonants of minin, right? So what we have is a fact of the matter is that that secretion may be related to men, who men look like, and a Asar gets that in the funerary context, but in life, and see, they always want to say to the funerary, no, but in life, men is a very, very important nature when it comes to actual life, right? Procreation in life. And so the Bitumen would probably have, given the way that the people of that land played with words, wordplay, that Minion would probably have much to do with the nature men, and then absorbed into a SAR. So Bitumen goes back into an earlier period, right? And maybe possibly a period of in pre-dynastic where they encountered Bitumen and they gave it the name and they related it to the Necher men. And so the funerary stuff has to give way to an earlier to a syncretism and a real substance that they probably used to make the composite statues of men. You got to understand that these statues were always anointed, right, and dressed. And so they probably used Bitumen on the living statue of men to give them the complexion. So to the Egyptologists and those people who always want to separate the culture from blackness, you can't now, you have to now deal with men and Bitumen, right? And then absorption into a SAR, and then still anointing the body with this black substance of goo. The other thing I do want to add is
real quick. Can I make you the host for a moment, Reggie?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I do want to go to another period where they deal with skin color and of these because a lot of our community, they don't want to deal with skin. Well, we do have the Ottenham where they talk about skin, and they also talk about culture, right? And we could pull up the Ottenham to verify that. So they were conscious of skin. So anyone who says that these people are not conscious of skin is just real low level, unread, not worth to talk about, because on him, I'll pull it up later. But I want to turn your attention to Taharka and the Assyrians. So let me just pull this up. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I think it's coming up. So some of my Sabio and some others who deal with racism, I'm going to show you a text of the Assyrians, right? The Assyrian king who conquers, who defeats Taharka, right? So this picture right here is the king of Assyria as he is able to conquer Taharka's heirs. So you see him right here, and he has this string where he's pulling on their noses. And the description in cuneiform says, this paragraph embodies an additional key theme enabling us to date the text whose significance both Splanger and Vernus overlooked in their treatment of the text. A fragmentary cuneiform tablet informs us about a campaign against a ruler in a land that were not preserved in the text. Lines 22 and 23 provide the key to the problem. So here they put the cuneiform, and then he says, his wives, his sons, this is the king talking about Taharka, his wives, his sons, his daughters, whose bodies, like his, have skins as black as bitumen, asphalt, right? Where he counted them as booty, war goods. So bitumen was a substance that groups of people knew about, right? And I'm only saying this just to deal with the question of skin because people don't like to deal with skin, right? Um, and I'm sorry, it wasn't the ropes piercing his nose. It was it was ropes piercing his lips from the text. So if we bring to the hymn of Aten, so let me just bring up the hymn of Aten, and I think that everybody hymn to Aten, where they talk about skin. So let's pull this up. So I'll stop share again. Share screen. And yeah, I'm hoping it's this one right here, just to make it brief. So traditional Egyptologists, they always avoid the issue of skin. And some people who follow those groups of people, do you see the on him on the text, or I'm gonna have to share it again? I'll share it again because I don't see it.
Oh, I can see it. Oh, we can see it. I was reading.
Okay, great. Who's that, Sadiq?
No, this is Jay.
Jay, how you doing?
I'm
All
good.
right. So
Hey,
we
hey,
go.
brother Reggie, I seen
Yes.
your cash app.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks so
you
much.
good.
I'm I'm happy. So we go to this text right here. Okay, how numerous are your works do hidden from sight? The Podneter, which is the unique God, there is none besides him. You mold the earth to your wishes, right? This is Aten. You and you alone. All people, herds and flocks, because people or herds and flocks, right? Themselves, all people equated to herds and flocks, all on earth that walk on legs, all on the high that fly with the wings, and on the foreign lands of Kar and Cush, the land of Kemet. You place every man in his place. You make what they need so that everyone has food, his lifespan counted. Then this text that is often, how can I say, disemboweled, separated, made absence. They say this line: tongues are separated in speech and forms too. Their skins are made different, for you make foreign lands different. So skin is a factor in this context of this reality of this Black reality and Black identity of this land. Skin, right? And of course, from my work and the support from Smash and the support from a lot of you in reading my piece, that Kim is sacred. It's a Black, but it's a sacred Black, and it's identified with the Apis bull and with Usir as being sacred. And so you have the sacred Black cattle, right? And you have sorry, an airplane is going over my house, helicopter. And so you have the sacred, you have the nature called Kim. So in the sixth dynasty, you have Kim being worshipped as a Sar, and of course, my work talks about the sacred Black cattle. So the problem with our
Hey Reggie, what's your cash app? They asking in the chat right now. Thank y'all. I got some more cash apps. Thank you, New, and thank you, Reggie. R. Hey, and Reggie, somebody asked you right now, not to interrupt you.
Okay, so I will, because I'm not contributing that much, but I appreciate.
No, people appreciate you, bro. People be
Yeah, I
wanting to
know.
help and wanting to support.
I do know. I listen when people want to, when my family wants to support. I so appreciate it. I'm one of well, there's a lot of people, but I'm one of the lowest paid.
Like, let me
uh,
say something, Reggie. I don't be having hella money either. I'm a hardworking man, and I do what most of us will do for money, right? But here's the thing: I'm very generous in nature, and sometimes I see a movement that I don't got time to contribute to, and all I contribute to it is my money. Feel me? So I might just say, okay, it might be Doggy Diamonds. And I might just put $50 in Doggy Diamonds chat because I ain't got nothing else I could do but support him with monetary. And people feel the same way about you. That's all I was about to say.
no, I appreciate. It's been a long fight, Smash. And listen, I was fighting old Jow and Asar, 8, 9 years ago, or something like that. 7, 8, 9 years, and I had no support. I was fighting with Netter Neb, and then it disappeared. It disappeared for years. It seemed like, and then I wrote my journal article, and then they were saying, "Oh, I wrote it in a black journal."
Well, you know what, Reggie? I always use my imagination, and you just, I don't know, you like a real saber in the story. People call themselves pharaoh, some people call themselves priest, but you like a saber, and sabers don't really fight either. That's why the Magi returned, because everything rowdy about Kemet is right here. All that other stuff, we got different compartments for that. But when it's talking about defending against these knuckleheads, we fit for the job. That's why we came out in defense of Brother Reggie a few years late, because they was on your head, but we came right in time, and now everything's sitting perfect.
Yeah, and at the same time, where it counts is okay, books that are accepted with information and with primaries. The difference between your work is that you have primaries to the point, right? All of your works, right? The difference between their books, they're just talking, right? And they're trying to make conclusions that's not supported in the text. Their contributions to the place name of Egypt or whatever they want to call it, if they want to call it Kemet or Egypt. It was a terrible book. It was a terrible pamphlet. One author, all he did was talk about the Ramesh, right?
Yeah, that book is in my arm's reach right now, and it has certain qualities, but I don't think their conclusions are good either.
No, it's so speculative. It's not supported in the text. And so to say that Kemet is repairing well, anyway, that got done away with because of Smash and the Magi's, all of you supporting all our work with the primaries. And so if you got groups of people who can't read the Meta Nature, they don't count. And then you have groups of people who might write books, but it's not going to be cited. And then you have people who just go along with the experts, the so-called experts, but we find that the experts are not experts in this particular area. So they bumble and fumble, right? And then Sanetta the other day said that, he was critiquing me on my interviewing skills, but I could not let Karakuni get away with saying that Kemet means the Black land, because I challenged her on the interpretation of what Kemet meant and the 049 glyph, right? And she was trying to say that the 049 glyphs means land. And I challenged her on that. And then I used another Egyptologist, well known, Alexandra Nibby, who says that Kemet meant Black City, and it can only be seen as Black City, right? In the context of that. And then I also challenged her to say that, they like to say Kemet and Deseret, right? They like to say Kemet and Deseret. But what they fail to understand is the first comparison between Kemet and Deseret has nothing to do with land. and it has something to do with red cattle and black cattle. That is the first comparison. Then the second comparison is with land, right? But the culture is layered. So if the first comparison is animals, sacred animals, or animals that are sacred and not, then that is the first kind of analysis. And then the second analysis is when you see it later with land. Who's going to debate me on that? I mean, if you want to see it, I could show it to you.
No one's going
Right.
to debate you on that.
Right. But yeah, you can't debate me on because that's the first time that it was compared. So thank you all for journeying with me. Yes, I'm doing some religious stuff on Sarnetta's channel because it's war again. It's war when you have someone like Elder Yara, who is a Christian, an angry Christian, and you have these other groups of people talking about that. This whole debate that the Hebrews had a science, and it outweighs Kemet science, and the Hebrews are not even writing in the periods that they're talking about. They're doing chicken scratch with Proto-Sinaitic script, and there's nothing in the Levant, nothing in the Levant that's comparable to the constructs of science that created great temples, pyramids, writing, great text that was borrowed into the Hebrew, they're not even Hebrew. That's the funny thing. Hebrew are Greek words, so they're stupid. Second, if you want to say what the Torah says, the word that they really use is Brit, and then which means covenant, and then it becomes whatever they want to say, Ivri, right?
Well, let me ask you a question. It's kind of pertaining to that. It's a little bit, but it'll take us off the subject a little. It was a question asked from a contributor in the chat, so I want to get it addressed. He says, "Can you break down the whole mesh KRST thing, KRST, the concept, and give us the real behind all of that, so we can put the whole theory to rest? Is there any connection to the Christ idea, this KRST thing?" You want to tackle that, Reggie?
If you want to go first, I will, but I will.
No, it ain't no connection to that. They made that up. So if we take these terms, I could not find any KRST term that you thinking that mean, not you thinking, but they try to act like that's saying Christ. And that's a mistake. And then the mess is just a birth, or it could even be a young person. And so now we see this caress, if we look in the dictionary, a sack or a basket, and we don't got too many other options for that. So I think that was just like some pseudoscience. But what you have to say to that, Reggie?
I'm gonna pull up the Hotep di Nosut, which we actually word. So Hotep di Nosut. I'm just trying to figure out how do they spell it, right? So
Hey, Smash, while Reggie pulls that up, quick question in regards to what the question. What would you say in regards to if I said in regards to the word that we use for from the crocodile fat for anoint? They use the crocodile oil for is that Christos, and is that the same word?
To anoint?
To anoint. But the glyph is actually like the crocodile fat. You know, is that, am I saying that correct?
I should be remembering that word because I have went over it various times, but it ain't in my memory. I could look it up right now, a word for anoint, and it'll probably come back. I'll share the screen, and then we'll get back to what Reggie's talking about.
I don't know why I got in my head as far like a crocodile, with the using the crocodile fat.
Probably from some old book. I'm just playing with you. Anoint. It might be a crocodile here. Let's see. Drum roll. Let's see, is it the crocodile? Well, here's one word for anoint, ama, and then it has a question mark. It's 36 words for anoint. Amma popped up twice. I'm gonna make it a little smaller so we can just go through them quicker. But if it's 36 words, we're gonna see a lot. I skipped one. Sajim is to anoint around the ears or eyes. Eyes or body, they say. What's the word you looking for anoint? I could just go look for that. But what else? What's the word you said again? Nasir. That's the one I remember. NSR, but what's the word you looking for again so we can see if we come across it?
I believe it was Christos or Messiah. Or it may have been Messiah, because what it is in Egypt they use the crocodile, the fat from the crocodile to actually do the anointing.
Ain't no Messiah. Look, I put Messiah in the dictionary. That concept ain't an ancient Egyptian concept.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to say, hey, Ru is a Messiah, nah, you stretching that. Hey, Ru, the son of the divine monarch who had to fight his brother. Like, I don't know. I mean, they did come with a concept of hey, Ru the Savior later, but when I put Messiah in the dictionary, nothing popped up. And so go ahead.
So according to Bert Ehrman, Messiah and Christ mean king / anointing one. You know.
All right, this anointing thing, the concept of anointment and having that do with that that comes from Kemet. But being the anointed one, I don't know. I think that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, because the anointed one now, I mean, that's, well, I can't, what you got to say about that, Reggie? Because the wild priests would anoint, I mean, you know, they would put holy water, for so to speak, over people's heads and stuff, right?
Well, first of all, when you are funeralized, your body's washed, and it's part of the mummification process, right? So you would be anointed when you're laying on a bier as part of the mummification process, right? The mistake that they made is that Christ was never anointed. He was bathed by John the Baptist, and he was and then he was
anoint your hair with oil. What, wasn't that Christ?
No, Christ was never anointed. Christ was never anointed by a he was only bathed by John the Baptist, right? He was never anointed. He was just never anointed. So and he wasn't even anointed, his body wasn't ever even washed, right? Because the women were coming to wash his body, but the reason why they washed the body is because to cut down the stench so they can preserve it, right? But so Christ was never anointed, so he is not even the Messiah. That was just they wanted him to be the Messiah. They called him the Messiah, but he was never anointed. And you have Hebrews that tell us that. That's Judah Nazareth. Ananias was anointed, but not but not Christ, right? So that's just something that because the Hebrews said that the Messiah is the anointed one, but they had a white guy that was anointed, the king of Persia, who liberated them. He was Messiah, right?
Not to mention, and just a sidebar real quick, the whole show we have been talking about the ancient Egyptian concept of anointing the deceased so that they reflect a god. So I just want to make a side note so we can trip off that.
What you mean about that, anointing deceased?
Because anoint is putting the oil on you or something. Bitumen is a petroleum. Bitumen is like an oil. So, but I'll get back to Reggie after that. What was you saying, Reggie?
Hold on, Smash, real quick. So I think I found the word, okay? So it says here, the New Testament Greek words for anoint is kreo, which means to smear or rub with oil. It says the anointing of priests / kings date back to the ancient Egyptian traditions. The interesting thing is the oil which was used in Egypt, came from crocodiles, which were called Messa. They're spelling it Messeh. Messe.
Oh, so they're trying to say crocodiles are called Messiah now, and not okay.
Hence the word Messiah or anointed king came out to be.
Well, I'm doing something. What you want?
According to one account, Pharaoh's bride was required to anoint him before their marriage with drawn oil from fat from the deified crocodile. And this is from Sir Lawrence Gardner, The History of Jesus and the Holy Grail. So that's where I got that from. The crocodile was called the Messiah.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, you can't see it on the screen, huh? Let me show you. So
Well,
I
there
think
was
that's pseudoism.
oil.
That's hella pseudo, but go ahead.
Oil, several oils that they use during the funerary process. Several oils that they, so it's just not one. They all have ritual. They all have ritual purchase. So I'm having problems right now trying to find the Hotep Dinos Sud, where the caress is, and so just give me a few more minutes and y'all can talk about something else. But I will. September 1st. Okay, so
okay, yeah, I do see it on the screen, Smash.
Yeah, but and them trying to associate that with anything that got to do with a Messiah or something, it's just a weird stretch.
Nah.
Yeah, it's there. Okay, so still haven't found it. It's okay. I just gotta do another search with the Hotep Dinos Sud. And maybe it'll come up.
What was in the Hotep Dinos Sud?
Oh, caress. So you're gonna see Osiris laying on a bier, right? And that when not or the deceased laying on a bier, and when you see the Nasut on the bier, you will see you will see the word caress, and that's where it comes from. That means just a deceased person. In ancient.
Oh, I know. Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So I will try to figure out.
But I thought it had to do something like. All right, go ahead. Let's see if you can find it.
Oh, it's
peace, everybody. Peace, brother Reggie. Peace, Smash.
Oh, what's
peace,
up? Hold on. Am I the host?
Brother Reggie, the host, I think.
Oh, I'm the host, but I didn't. When did you get here?
Oh, I just slid in. I've been in there about 10 minutes, man, just chilling. Just speaking to everybody, G Lacan and King J. So peace, everybody.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Pan African James. Peace to you. Thanks for your support in these wars. Because the other day I had to show out because
on what show?
Whose show was it? It was on your show. You just left.
I just stepped away for a minute. Who was you battling with?
I ended the show, but it didn't. You ended.
I fell asleep that night. that was hella funny.
But I was the host, right? And I don't understand.
You ended it because I got a streamer running and Zoom running. I'm not just streaming off Zoom. So you feel me? I got my streamer running too. So if I end the Zoom, the streamer will still be running. It wasn't your fault. It was my fault. But that's not a fault of nothing. Who cares? Like if somebody come and ain't nobody there, so what? Shit.
Yeah, it was going on all night, and I know that you want to keep it to like 4 hours or so like that.
I don't really care. If somebody watching, they see what happens. Shit, you feel me?
Yeah. So give me so y'all could talk about something else, and I can put to rest this caress. And because the Greeks and the Persians, they took a lot from the land. So that's just pretty much what it was.
But now when you see caress, you also see this a tomb looking figure next to it, right? I think I know what term you talking about. It's like a let me find it. Why didn't I find it when I look it up? Is it capital S?
Caress is KRS period T.
Here's one with a T. Oh no, there's some bread right here. All right, well, you can show it. You can show it when you find it.
Yeah, I'll find it in a second. Y'all can talk about something else, and we could
What's
put
up
that
with
to.
Set? Tall God,
Peace,
hey
peace.
Ruth. What's up with y'all?
I actually just joined because I didn't want you all to slide too far off of that Messiah thing. I just wanted to look up the etymology of the word Messiah live because I don't know where the bird is going with it, but he's not wrong about the etymology. Messiah does mean
Messiah just mean anointed one,
It does
according to
mean
Bart
what?
Ehrman.
It does mean
Anointed one or king. That's what Bart Ehrman say. I don't know.
Yeah, oh no, I'm with that Set, and I'm with you. I seen what you wrote, but he was saying that, so he was trying to make a weirder stretch that there was oil that they anointed people with, and came from a crocodile, and the crocodile was called MSH. So that was trying to somehow be put into Messiah by the fact of that anointing, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of far stretch right there, but.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you a Christian?
I get why you would be skeptical, but it doesn't seem like super far fetched to me.
All right, well, we can do.
Like,
Let's look at it. So the way that we like this don't have to be left to our intuition. I'm about to pull up the text corpus and see how they use that term, and then let's see if it ever could be. That's the best way we could test it out, and we could continue what we're talking about though while I get that right.
Let me see. We're talking about the KRS. Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I pulled up. It said, from the Egyptian KRST, it shows a hieroglyphic. It says meaning mummy, derived from Katsu. Shows a
Well, what
hieroglyphic.
source is that?
Let me see. I just typed it in. I just typed KRS.T. Egypt. It says Gerald Massey.
Yeah, Gerald Massey. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The reason why I asked the source is because when something sounds fishy like that, I'm just gonna say, who said that? So now we're looking at not Koresh. You said M-S-H, right?
Yeah, M-E-S-S.
I'm gonna try it with a capital H first to see.
Crocodile.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
So we're gonna find the crocodile. Then we're gonna see if they ever talking about just the crocodile or like some anointing with the crocodile.
Let's see.
Even if the crocodile oil did mean that, I still don't see how one would connect that with Jesus or anything that has to do with Jesus. Peace to the panel. Peace
I see what you're saying too. And we never even got as far as an oil. We just got a crocodile. It's a stretch to say it's an oil. We got to find it. I did a study on these oils that they use for anointment, and it ain't no crocodile. I know what he's talking about, Meshinet. Look, put a T on here. Watch, it's going to be an oil that just popped in my head from my research. Meshinet, right? Now, let's see.
Let me see if I can
I'm going to see if I can make that pop up.
Just to be clear,
Mesh
Jesus,
Innet. Mesh Innet. Go ahead. What you said, just to be clear?
yeah, we call it Jesus, or the person who Jesus is based on is not the only, Messiah to come to the Jews at all. So it's not necessarily that it's being related to Jesus, but to the concept of an anointed one in the Hebrew. I don't have the same source as Brother Gilacon has. I got my information from Zealot Life and Times of Jesus of Nazareth by a Muslim scholar named Reza Aslan. Now, I don't know where he got it. It might be from the same.
Oh, hell.
Yeah,
The Islam?
Well,
Come on, fam. Reza Islam from the Nation of Islam?
No, Reza Aslan.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You threw us off.
Yeah.
They thought you said Reza Islam was the source.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, that was going to be a problem.
Why y'all was going hard on Reza Islam? Why I can't find this in here either? I just put crocodile. But keep going about your source.
I'm going to read something real quick. It says, this is the origins of the Messiah and its Egyptians connections. Was Jesus a pharaoh? This is by William W. Warwick IV.
That sounds like he's from the 1800s, bro.
What?
No, it's like some 2020, some recent up stuff.
Is he a PhD scholar? Where is he from? Is he employed at a university? What's his background? Do we know anything about it?
But let me read what he says.
Here go your word, too. Used 182 times so we could thoroughly investigate it. Go right ahead.
All right, check it out. Let me see what he was talking about.
But can you tell us about the source that we reading before we read something? Shouldn't we know who we reading from?
Yeah, you can look it up if you want to while I read it.
Mhm.
William Warwick is his name.
I mean,
so it says the word Messiah comes from the Egyptian word. They're spelling it Messeh, which means to anoint with crocodile fat.
Nah, see, that's what I'm saying. So that's a lie right there. Let's just scrutinize that right there. So what's the word he said?
Messeh.
Let's take out the vowels. Don't put no vowels. Just tell me all the consonants he said.
Mssh.
So look at what we're dealing with on the screen. Now you see a Z holding the place of what is represented as an S by him. That's fine. And we got an H, right? So we got, it don't need to be two S's. We got a triconsonantal root. Now, and then we got the meaning crocodile, right?
Okay.
But we only have half of the meaning of what he proposes. MSH doesn't mean crocodile oil, right? It just means crocodile. So when we go into this, first we're going to look at similar terms on the page, and we can see right next to it, it ain't no derivatives. They would have put the derivative that meant the oil. Let's see what this well-blessed crocodile means. That might mean oil of a crocodile, right?
Okay.
So let's look.
Well, we see the T on it, so probably not. You see the land.
That's a female crocodile.
Okay.
And yeah, you're right. You said you see the T on it, so there you go. You know exactly what you're doing in that regard. So 182. Let's go. And go ahead.
Right there, it says just above it. It said the drowned one.
Let's go back.
Right above it.
Okay, yeah, okay. So unfortunately, it's inactive. It kind of means they can't show you where they got that from. But crocodiles in water, and then the theory of drowning, we can understand that. They're trying to stretch it to an oil for anointment. And so that will be a further stretch. But so when we click 182, what it should show us first is the oldest uses of this. And we're going to be, and as soon as we read the sentence, we could be able to determine whether we need to investigate further. The shepherd fending off the crocodile. I don't think we need to investigate that further. I'm fending off a crocodile. What I mean is, do you think he fending off some crocodile oil?
No.
So we don't got to investigate that. I'm fending off a crocodile. I'm fending off a crocodile. Furthermore, there's a crocodile amongst the reed banks. If this MSH is supposed to be used at some period of time for crocodile oil, we should have come across it. The crocodile be against him in the water. It says the crocodile, and somebody put fending off before that. Just from the primary old usage, drive away the crocodile with magical spells, it's starting to seem like it just means a crocodile. Like the crocodile he sees us in the court of law. Again, we haven't even started to investigate. It changed with time periods, but we already at the 12th dynasty. I'm kind of speed going through this. I can slow down and show y'all some of the things I'm looking at. Obviously, I'm just reading the English real quick, but all of the information is right here. So if you want to see where that's from, this is a literary text, Papyrus Amherst, from the 12th dynasty. So really you just want to look at this and then the dynasty, and you can see the progression that we got to the 12th dynasty from all the way from like the 6th dynasty. And no one has used the term yet for anything about anointing. You know what I'm saying? And so then we can continue where we at. And the crocodile, does it back away? Or in a place of refuge, don't let the crocodile take hold. Oh, here you go, son. Now here we go. Natron, cowpea, TWN plant, white oil, hippopotamus oil, and crocodile oil. Now let's go. Now let's isolate it. Look. Now MSH. But let's see something real quick. I think I'm right again, because MRHT means oil. MRHT. So if I click this word means oil. See what I mean? Now look, anointing oil. So let's be fair to the hypothesis the man is bringing forward. We have just identified that there is an anointing oil. This is just like what happened with Kemet, bruh. We just identified that there's an anointing oil, but it ain't just the term MSH. MSH just means crocodile, and to say oil of a crocodile, you say merhet meshet or meset. MSH. How you say MSH? Moshe? Moshe. How about that?
Like
But
Moses, huh?
I'm joking. Merhet Moshe. He was gonna take that. He was gonna take that seriously. But let's stay on point because we isolated it in this text. It is a such thing as crocodile oil, and when they reference that crocodile oil for the first time in the text corpus in the 13th dynasty in this medical text, right? It was called Merhet Meshet. That means oil of a crocodile. Now to prove it, all we got to do is go to other parts. You see this Merhet Hejet? That means white oil right here. See? Now we got Merhet. I don't know what DB is, so that must be a hippopotamus. So when I click DB, this should be a hippopotamus. So that lets us know we checking right now to see they didn't use MSH to say crocodile oil. What they used was Merhet Meshet. But this ain't exhaustive because we could get to another text where they might shorten it. But we got, so look, here we go again. Merhet Moshe, if you want to say that, right? So every time they're saying the word oil in front of it, just like with Kemet, when they want to say black silk, they say Kemet Amat Kemet. In order, so you can't say Kemet mean silk. Neither could we say Masha means oil in the same thing. Now we got the stench of a crocodile, and notice we still got Mosheu, or however you want to pronounce that. I hope people ain't being offended that I'm saying it that way, because the only way we pronounce it anyway is in Egyptology speak. That's another way some white dude told us to say it.
The plurality, right?
Yeah, Masha'u, so that's crocodiles, and they got the stench, is a stench of them. So basically we still seeing that Masha'u is just representing the crocodiles and not necessarily, when it's an oil, we'll see that other term. And let's see if we find consistency with that. Thank you. I don't know what that is. A detriment like that crocodile. Pretty sure that's not about the oil. Something they didn't translate. But in this preliminary analysis, we could see that if we kept going, it would be past the 13th dynasty, if ever. If he might be arguing that they used it like that in the 18th dynasty. So a real research would have to continue and then even look outside of the text corpus but for right now we could kind of discredit that right on it. Here go, look, it say Merhet Meshet. So we know we're gonna see what we see, crocodile fat. So now the Merhet represented the fatty oil. That works perfectly. But every time they talk, this is the 18th dynasty. So again, we have not found it just by itself. I'll continue looking while y'all build.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I do have so we can read the. Okay, your screen's still open, so
I'm
I'll
gonna
just
stop
wait.
it. Go ahead.
Okay, so I definitely want to say thanks to Joe. Thank you so much, and thanks to LED and a Reginald, another Reginald.
You know what? I think I need to stream more, Reggie, because the support is getting crazy, and I ain't been streaming. We gonna get the everyday popping back because we need this black information. Thanks to all these supporters. Y'all got my Cash App looking like I sold something or something. You feel me?
Yeah, right. Thanks, Clark, and thank you so much. And I think from another day, Grandmaster and Suntan. Right. Those are maybe not from today, but just from, I haven't checked my Cash App because, I check my Cash App, it'd be a $1 in it smash. It'd be $1, $5 donations. And so I want to thank definitely Joe and
Let me
all
give
of
you some game. When it's $1 in there, or if it's $5, click the Bitcoin tab and just throw it in the Bitcoin and don't look back and wait one day.
Don't look back.
Yeah.
Shoot. Okay, so the sarcophagus of Dagi, and so this is a full offering formula, right? but this one gets to it. And you see this is in the Met, in the Old Kingdom, and you see it during Mentuhotep's wife, Henhennet. So we can read this the way Egyptology speak, the Hotep di Nosut, Inpu, right? Offering that the king gives to Inpu, Tepi, right? Who is a pond, his dew, which is his mountain, right? Then you have the Imi Ut. The Imi Ut is the embalming tent, right?
Okay.
And
But the Emmy is one thing, and it's the Emmy the overseer of the embalming tent. Let me see, the one who is in the embalming tent. So Emmy just means one who is in, and the is the embalming tent.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, we're taking a snapshot of what's in the offering tent, right? This gives us a snapshot. So there's Inpu, right? Who is on his mountain, sees the head of the necropolis. So he controls the burial, right? And at some point it seemed that they was burying them within the mountains. And so different periods they would bury underground, and then they would they would bury in the mountains, but then those tombs would be raided, and so they started digging channels underground. And sometimes they would have a whole necropolis, which would probably be around a mountain. And then it says Nebta. You can Nebta, which is everybody knows Lord of sacred land, or Lord of the land, right? And then is the Desher
Holy
Kasut, right? I don't know why they didn't.
Well, they got that the Holy Land. The land is before the word holy. You feel me?
Right.
So Neb Tad Jasher, basically.
Right. He was the Lord of the Lord, the Lord of the earth, of the
Lord of the Holy Land.
Yeah, Lord of the Holy Land. Thank you. Right. But then they have this kasut here too, right? So he's Lord of the land, and then this whole thing is to make it sacred, right? Sacred.
With those three dots, is that cultivated land? Is that a distinction because they have the three dots? Okay.
But it's just land. That would be reading too far into it. It's just land, like he said.
No, it couldn't be land. It couldn't be cultivated land because it's not cultivated land in the cemetery, right?
Exactly.
We would toss that out, right? Then now we have the subject. Here it is right here. KRS.
Hold on, Reggie. They fooled you though. Transliterate that without referring to their transliteration. In your head, like if you're just looking at the glyphs. They fooled you. They fooled you because they are putting a K in the place where we would normally transliterate a Q to get a Q. But so explain that to people.
No. So we're doing Egyptology speak, right? So normally, if you look in the dictionaries, it would be a Q, but I would say Q/K, right? Because we're doing it Egyptology speak, so we don't really know what the sound is, but the sound is somewhere like a Q or a K, right? A Q. So we don't know, but it's Q, as Smash said. R, cure, S. Now the problem is not a problem, is that the determinative is a beer. Like a bed, a coffin bed.
A coffin bed, yeah.
That's the determinative. And so this whole concept that when you go into the Greek period of a risen person, they just flip moded that, right? They just flip moded that and had that something to do with, but this particular word meant burial. And the person who is buried, that person in the next world will rise in the next world, right? So let's go to the rest of it. Let's go to the next section of it.
Can I ask
So,
you a
quick question, Reggie? Before that S, what was that? And is that a determinative before the S?
Yes, it's bones.
Okay. That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
I have
So
a
here.
question regarding Karas when you finish.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and this. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my question about the Karas is this a derivative of the word Christ?
Well, that's what the subject of it. Somebody was trying to put it to bed.
Yeah, we're trying to debunk that, actually.
Okay.
So it becomes in Kemet, it just pretty much means ultimately a beautiful burial, right? If you want to look at what this
Nefer caress. I mean, caress Nefer is the beautiful burial. Huh? Yeah.
But in this particular case, it's Neferet, right? So it seems to be female, right? So who's the burial for, right? Now we get to the point of this Neferet, right? It could be female because it follows caressed, right? Or it could be talking about female. So we have to refer
It's because it follows caress, though. It's just matching the gender of the noun that is modifying.
That's correct. But we would go further because then it would say something like, it would say per or s per, I would expect. So then we, okay, so then neat, right? And then you have, I always pronounce this as netaket, but this is the necropolis. In the necropolis, right? And then you have this thing called they put Simiet, right?
I don't know why they did that.
Yeah, that's how he's transposing
I think that
it.
just say set and but they indicating set means a place, right? But they indicating that where that necropolis of Set. I mean, I could be right. What is Simiet? I have seen that transliteration before. Do you know what it means, Simiet?
Simiet normally means chantress, right? If it's Simiet, but I don't see that. But that's why it's just making us read the Meta Nature and disregard what they say, right? So here is it's definitely the Western Desert, the Imnet, because that's where you're buried in the Western Desert, where again we can out this cultivated land BS, right?
So that's Amenta then, right?
Amenta. Yeah, well, however they pronounce Egypt, but it's it's the West. Amenta, the West. So
a region in the desert, possibly.
Amenta, like when we say Amenta, we be talking about the where they buried the deceased in the West.
In the West, okay.
Okay, so then we go to this part over here, the Imi, this instead of saying M, when we say M, we would say net M, but they saying Imi, and then it's Ruit, which is not wrong, right? Because this is where they say that the or here with the lion, reposed lion, is like you pronounce it with an R. So this helps us understand how we might pronounce this, right? Then there's a per, which is not pronounced, right? And they say this is the Western Desert, and then it says the emir, the overseer of the gate, and then it's the imaki. So now I know we're talking about a man. Finally, because if we was talking about a female, it would be maket or imiket, right? So imiket means the respected deceased one. Imiket, imiki means the respected male, right?
Is that a placenta?
Huh? Say what?
Is that the placenta?
No, I mean
the Emmy under.
It could be it could be a sieve. Normally, the placenta stuff is nice speculative thought, but they used sieves to separate the seeds from the plant. They would put that into this thing and shake it around so they would get this. So this would be to more so to me a seed. And then here's a person, right? The person's name is D-A-G, right? G-I. They leave out the sejum for whatever reason, right? They leave that out and they call him Daji. And then let's go on to the next. But I think I made my point. The point is when we went back to this thing, which is the caress, is that they want to relate this concept of burial to a title, a Greek title, which means Christ, right? Because it sounds alike, but if you just forget about Christianity and the Greeks and you just go back to the Metanetia, it's just a burial. That's it. That's all.
Now let me show something real quick.
That was beautiful, Reggie. Thank you.
I want to just show you something that helps this out. Remember when we were searching it in the dictionary earlier and I couldn't find it? And this is what I was trying to illustrate. Can y'all see up here?
Yeah, we see it.
What did I put up here?
QRST.
Notice that. But in the transliteration is rendering KRST. That's
okay,
just
got that dot up under there.
Exactly. And that's how we indicate that this K right here ain't even really a K. It's just in transliteration holding the space of a sound of a Q. Now, if people knew that the word originally was QRST, they'd be further away from trying to associate it with Christ. Because they see KRST and they would know, oh, no, that's just a transliteration system. And this is just illustrated because I couldn't find it in the dictionary. If I go KRST, the word won't be there. See what I'm saying? And so that's just another illustration of what Reggie was showing.
And so let's see if I could go to while we're talking, I can go to the late kingdom and I could find Augustus. So I'm gonna find we're gonna show his name in the late period, right? And it's gonna be the same thing with the C. It's gonna be now the C. How do we pronounce it? C, K, or Q. So I'll get that. So you have to kind of open up your mind and focus on the language of the African and stop relating stuff so much to Christianity and other type of things. So Pharaoh late period. So let's go and get that there. So
peace to Rakufu.
Yeah, this we in groundbreaking territory right now. Because with y'all having the ability, or us, or I'm learning, but to have the ability to read this for ourselves is really what's needed at this particular point. Because without us doing that, we would have never been able to find this to be able to discern the differences and be able to discern for ourselves what's going on. See, that's just valuable in itself.
Why they hate Smash? You gotta know why they hate Smash, because Smash would be like, nah, you got that wrong. You messed that up. You messed that up. And they hate that because they can't fix they can't fix that. Right.
Just like when we just went through the crocodile, or like it was no type of biasness off in that search. It's right here in our face. We watched what just happened.
I know. So how do you deny? Found this sand oil, did we?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Like, how do you deny? You know what I'm saying, when you seeing somebody do stuff in real time. That's why I appreciate about Smash. You know what I'm saying? That the integrity and honesty on the show. So we winning right now. Let me just say that.
Oh yeah, we've been won. Now we got to figure out how to get it in the textbooks and shit. Like, this is a part of Black history. I don't know what Logic was trying to do. I understand his that we need a particular name for the people who were descendants of whatever plight happened in America, but don't be on my show talking about only people is black is Americans, bro. That's the stupidest shit ever. It's black people. What do you think Africa is? What do you think black Africa when they said that? What exactly did you think they meant? The soil? They was talking about the people. So coming up with a concept that we the only black people, that's nonsense. We the only black Americans.
I have a suggestion on how you said how do we get this in the text. Well, I have one suggestion, and I want to also at the same time dovetail and expand on what Pan African James is saying about how important this work is and this program is, because what you're doing here is manifesting and fulfilling the assignment. And Reg can work with me on this, of the assignment of the elder scholars in the 80s that came together to form ASCAC, the importance of us being able to interpret African literature, customs, and styles through African eyes. And the fundamental way to go about doing that is reading, being able to read and properly understand the meta-nature. And you have really, really given me a lot of encouragement to promote this, what you're doing. So how do you get it published? One of the ways you do it is you keep doing what you're doing. We get more young people in it, and the young people will start once they have study groups and they're studying it, they're going to demand it in their school curriculums. And that's how that's one aspect of it. And the other aspect of it is when you participate in organizations such as the Leo Hansberry and also ASCAC and other organizations that actually publish journals periodically and books, such as the Preliminary Challenge. Keep it up. That's good, great.
Hey, Reggie, don't even do it, Reggie. Don't even do it, bro. You about to mess it up.
After this press conference, I want you to cancel on me.
Khan, you need to mute out. Your background audio is in.
Hey, Reggie, don't do that right there.
Wait, no, I want to go back to Cleopatra.
No,
right?
you're going to mess that up.
How am I going to mess it up? Tell me, help me out.
Because you're about to show how the Romans, when they couldn't find, or the Greeks, when they couldn't find still words to match up with their consonants, they just start using shit. That's why they got that L right there when we know that lion is pronounced root. But only in long words it's pronounced as an L. So then that might apply to the Q being a C that you about to show. But go right ahead.
Oh, no, I'm not. Yeah. So, no, people have to see it. Otherwise, they get confused. So this is the teaching area to fix it, right? Right? So, this is how, first of all, it shouldn't even be Sarai. It should be Satra, right? It should be Satra because she would be the daughter of Re. She would never, Cleopatra would never be the daughter of, would never be the son of Re. So this is wrong right here. This would be Satra. So Smash is right. In the late period, they go mess up and they make this an L, right? When it should be really R, right? And so they say it's Chloe.
And then look at her name is Cleopatra.
Excuse me, man. This is crazy.
Look too, Reggie. Her name is Cleopatra. Do you see a T or a D?
They say a D. So they make right. So they mess it all up. So they got us saying Cleopatra, and her name ain't Cleopatra. It's Dra. It's D-R-A, right? And it should be like Smash said, Q, right? It should be R, U, crew, right? I'll leave them with the pa, right? But Dra, D-R-A, right? And then and so they mess it all up, right? And the Greeks don't know what to say, so They're gonna call her Cleopatra. They're not gonna try to pronounce it in any of the native words. They're gonna create their own word. She's Cleopatra, but nobody was calling her Cleopatra, right? So this is another form of it. Q, right? Instead of again the R, it's a L E. Ooh, Cleo, Pa, Drat, right? Cleopatra. Okay. So or yeah, it has to be a T, right? Then it's the ah. So they mess it all up. And so when you read it, you say things like what they like sin word set. You use it becomes Sesostris. How does it become Sesostris? So then the other one, if I go to the Roman emperors, right? I go to the Roman emperors, and this is where Smash is gonna stop me at, right? So we go and look at all of the Romans. All of these Romans got meta names, right? So let's go to Augustus, right? Let's go to Augustus, and let's see. Here's his Horus name. We're not going to do his Horus name. We're going to do his. They mess it all up, right? And okay, so here he goes right here. So if we saw this at the Met, sometimes it would have the cup, and sometimes it would have the kind of triangle. And anybody can read this? Try to read it.
It's Sir. I mean, key. I would just say key. Siri, it's Riss.
Key Ceres.
Key Ceres. But they say Kia Soros.
Yeah.
Key Ceres.
Right. And that would be in Greek, it would be Kesser. And in Latin,
Caesar?
it would be Caesar.
So Cleopatra and Caesar, they use the K for Caesar and they use the Q for the. I ain't mad at that.
Right. They use C or K. Right. So in this particular case, it's a K, Kesseris. This is late Egyptian, so you got to understand this is a variant, right? Here's another one that we would probably, they say is Kesseris, but
I don't know how.
Right. Well, this would be the K. This would be the E. This would be the S, right? And this would be
start with an A, right?
Huh?
Or it looked like it started with an A.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking
here. So that's why we would say, I would say, are they messing it up? Are they
just
trying
a variant? They probably messed up and they just called it a variant. Yeah.
They messed up, and so the people. So here's another example of Kesser. Here, this thing right here would be
that's his K then. That's where they getting the K sound from. And that what that look like to you?
It looked like a wig or something.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me, like a hair outline.
Yeah, the back of his head without his face on it. I don't know what that is.
That's what that looked like to me. But I don't know if it's that. It could be something else.
Right. So let's see if there's another. Here's this form that I was saying.
Now look at what they used. So they was really messing it up. Now they're using the Q.
Exactly. Even though we would read it as Kesser.
So they're not messing up. They're using late Egyptian, I'm just saying. And we study Middle Egyptian, so we saying they messing up, but things had progressed. You feel me?
Right. So now that's his title now. He's the autocrator, right? So, but if we just read the Meta, what does it say? A-U-D-U-G-R, D-R, right?
So they was trying to spell English, their words in the Middle Nature. Autocrator ain't no Middle Nature word. Yeah.
Right. And so they completely effed it up. So this is what I call when I was arguing with Jabari and I was saying the Greek Horus, is different than the well, Smash was beating me up too. But the Greek Horus is different than the Kemet Horus.
And Jay
right?
Mills said that was a K, S56.
So definitely. So is this in some instance so similar to the way that they deciphered the Rosetta Stone using
Not
the
deciphered.
word
This
of
is what they ran off and did after Not
Yeah.
that they had some priests who knew late Egyptian, put their names in the stuff, and this is how
Yeah.
it came out basically. The Rosetta Stone. So they didn't use the Rosetta Stone for decipherment. They was the ones who had the Rosetta Stone carved.
Exactly.
So this is Tiberius, I guess, right? Tiberius is another Roman. So what they're trying to do is match their words, their names into the Meta-Netia, right?
Tahiri. I would read that Tahiri. Tahiri.
It would be a ch on the first one, but yeah.
Okay.
This would be
Tiberius.
T.
Hold on, Reggie. Okay. So these are the Romans, right, or the Greeks?
Romans.
Okay, so after this, the next phase of the translate. I mean,
After the Romans is the Arabs.
So who starts writing after this? Phoenician?
No, it's the Arabs after this.
Yeah.
The Romans held it all the way. You got to think about how history happened. They got it at like what? Was
the Phoenicians writing before the Romans?
Huh?
Yeah.
No. The Greeks was before the Romans.
Yeah, the Greeks was be. So all of these people right here, these are all pharaohs. These are all pharaohs. So it's Dosatan, right? So let's see his name. He's the person who's supposed to be messing with the.
Look how he started his name with an N. How that work?
I don't know. So it's
Netes Nefer. Oh, his name probably starting at the. I don't know how they get Netes Nef. Oh, I mean Netes Nefer. What Guriu? I don't know. Guriu Test. See, we read in Middle Egyptian and they write in Late Egyptian, and they writing later than later Egyptian. They write in Roman Meta-Netia. This is what we read in Roman Meta-Netia.
Roman Meta-Netia. So what it is it's whatever his name is, and then they write it in the Meta-Netia, which is the problem, like with the Rosetta Stone, right? In the sense that what they're actually writing may at some point doesn't mean what they mean in the other language.
Can I ask though why? Like, if we go take over Iran, is we gonna write our names in Arabic and shit? You know what I'm saying? So something else is behind this too. They trying to front way back then and write their names in the stone in the way that it should be looking, but they messing it all up. They was trying to front, but I ain't gonna filibuster.
Yeah. So what? So we know this name. We know this is the Greek name, but this is the African spell. Whatever this is, Netes, Nefer, Geriat. I don't know if it's Geriat and then or it's Tessiu. None of this makes dos.
Yeah, they was just really messed it up at this point. But now here's the thing: they have another name at the top.
Yeah. Okay.
Kyoso. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Kesser.
Kesser.
That's Kesser.
Oh, so yeah, they tripping.
That would be like the Sarah name, right?
Yeah,
now it's not the Sarah name, it's the Kesser.
Whoever did his Meta-Netia was lying to him, basically. They acted. They was like, I could do it, and they just put symbols in his shit.
Okay, so here's Maximus. So we heard of Maximus.
I can't even start because I know this is late Egyptian, so that symbol at the beginning ain't what it used to be.
Right. It's not. But none of these symbols
Yeah.
or that's what it means.
Yeah,
Because
this
it's
is wild.
You're like that moon turned to the side.
huh?
Yeah, this is stuff I never
They
seen.
got the moon turned to the side now.
Yeah. Right, but these are all pharaohs now. These are all paras, right? Because if you see the whole thing, you would see para. Marcus
Yeah.
Aurelius. So we
Let's look
know
at a
Marcus.
simple name. Yeah, like Geta. They're going to the successor is Geta.
Say, you want me to go back?
It's right there on the screen. Just click the
Okay,
successor.
successor is Geta.
Terracotta.
Yeah, let's see how they mess up something very simple.
So Sarah, they kick out Sarah, and
Oh,
it's
they got
Kesh.
that close to right.
Oh, they got Geta.
I mean, well, they got the G in the beginning, and I don't know what's that, an H? I mean, what would that be? GHTNTY? Oh, yep, they got it under there. Geta Neti Ku.
Geta.
So they got Neti. I see the Neta. All right, I mean, they didn't mess that all the way up. They got a
But
G
then
and a
on the
T.
bottom they say Geta Seb.
Where's the Seb?
Where's the Seb? Right? So Lady Egyptian is really problematic. You just have to kind of do a crossword puzzle.
I wonder who did this. Did the Egyptian priest just put some still like, look, this how you spell it, and they didn't know, so they just accepted it. Like, how do
Well,
you get
some of those, only one of those looked like that indeed. One of them was completely like you can't make no sense of it. But others seemed like they were using a system that had developed into what we call late Egyptian. Since we don't study it, we don't know it. I'm not saying it ain't a person on the world who knows why this is a O right here instead of a W. Like it would be Y in Middle Egyptian, and now it's a V in the translation. Someone can explain that, but we don't. I don't got that knowledge.
Right.
Right. So they can pronounce. Well, they want to say they could not pronounce altogether the Egyptian words. So this guy right here, he's Valerian, but he was Ularanius. Ularanian is Valerian. Okay. I can get this, but now they start adding the NOS, right? So now it's NOS, right? Instead of nest, they add the vowel O. Nos, right? Instead of nest, right? So this is Lady Egyptian. My point, some of my points of it was we was just dealing with the caress, how the C, the K, and the Q, and then we see it in a later period all messed up, right? We see it all messed up where it really should have been the Q, but now they're trying to deal with the Greek and the Roman.
Oh, the sheriff was confused about when I said, yeah, I was correct about saying that they only use the rule line as an L in loan words. This is one of the ways you can find out if it's a real word that they use or if it was entered into their lexicon in a different way. We got somebody new called Gambino Green Thumb entering the room. I would like to ask you to turn on your camera when you get here because we ain't never seen who you is.
Right.
Gambino, can you turn? Oh, there you go. You already got your camera on. You can turn it back off. We just be trying to do the face check, facial recognition. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
you on mute though. Hold on, Gambino, you on mute. I would have liked to hear what you was trying to say.
Oh no, I was saying no problem.
Yeah, you good. All right, Reggie, what's up?
So the Greeks do it better than the Romans, right? The Greeks do it a little bit better than the Romans. But you got to remember now, the Romans are stopping the writing of the Medu Neter, so there's only some surviving priests, right? The Romans will kill the Medu Neter, the writing, right? And then the Arabs will kill everything, right? Wipe it off of history, right? So that's why we needed the decipherment method, because the Romans were in fact there was still the temple of Delphi was the last writing of the Medu Neter, right? And they killed it. And then the Arabs come and they kill the writing is almost already killed. They kill the language. Everything's got to be Islam.
Let's talk
Everything
about that for a minute, because you just said they killed when the Arabs came, they killed the language and everything had to be Islam. But we never refer to how that that's significant to when we talk about the modern Egyptians and the difference between modern Egyptians and native Egyptians. One would propose that those people who were writing the Medu Neter who really knew it was people who look like the modern Egyptian today,
Correct.
right now. And what would you say to something like that? Like the people that the Romans encountered, we know that they was a mixed stock of Greeks and whoever else because there. But what would you say to someone saying that it was just like the modern Egyptians that the Arabs took it from?
Yeah, I would say that at this particular time period, from the time period of the Assyrians, Africans was moving south, which you showed in your last video, right? Where Africans just left the Nile Valley and went. Those people in Tawi, they left. They many of them they went to and I thought that was really great to actually show the depopulation. They left. And you actually showed the text where they were leaving they left the Nile Valley and they went back to Sudan and Nubia. So now they're being replaced by the Greeks, right? Later they're going to be replaced by the Greeks and those populations that the Greeks bring in. The Greeks have a colony in Necrotis, which I talked about in my presentation to ASCAC. So now they become the intermediaries, Necrotis, so I'll bring that up. So they begin to name things over. So for example, the Nile, there's no Medu Neter word for the Nile. That comes from the Greek Nihilus, right? So they begin to name all of these places in Kemet based on their Greek terminology. And they do that during the time of Necrotis. So that's
their word now doesn't go back to transliterate back to the happy, huh? Happy.
Oh no.
You can see that.
No, okay. It goes to river god Nihilus.
But you can see that it doesn't because of start to look for a tri-consonantal root in words to see if they go back like etymologically.
Okay.
If it's N and an L, you don't got three consonants, you got two. So you got the N and the L, but in happy you got a H and a P. You kind of like know those ain't related.
Yeah.
So in this Greek colony called Necrotis is in the 7th century. And Necrotis is when there's a kind of a civil war in late Egyptian between two brothers. And they bring in a bronzeman. They bring in, okay, so let's stop sharing and reshare. Stop sharing and present. So this becomes a whitening and a changing. It goes back to Smash's conversation about
you need your mute, man.
Or the modern Egyptian.
I muted him. Go ahead.
Or the modern consent British music would allow all cookies. So
or just either reject or allow, whichever you do. Normally you reject, but
it's not okay. So
it's forcing you to allow, huh?
Yeah. Okay,
that's it right there, right?
Yeah. So what happened when ancient Greeks first came to Egypt and how the contact between Egyptian and Mediterranean civilization shaped the history of the world? And then they're talking about this Necrotis, and in Necrotis, what they did was they began to rename places in Tawi civilization based on Greek words. So Busiris, all of those things that we know, right? All of those Nile changes, Busiris changes. So then we start speaking Greek. We stopped speaking Medu Neter. So my presentation to ASCAC was Athribis, right? instead of Harry, what is it? Harry Ib.
Harry Ib.
Yeah, Harry Ib, Hood, Harry Ib. Those things become a 3-bis, and so it gets all kind of like messed up. So it all started when they needed Greek mercenaries, and then they brought those groups of people into the Nile. They brought these people into the Nile Valley, and that's when you have what you call Mediterranean trade. And that's when there's new populations of people in the sea, in the wide world, right? Coming into the Nile Valley. So those people are not the those people are not the those are the modern Egyptians, those are not the ancient Egyptians. And you can do it, we just did it right here with the language. The indigenous people would never write like that. They never, that's not their world. This is a whole nother world of groups of people coming in and changing the changing the landscape.
Yeah, well, ain't that crazy? It's right around the same time the genetic study I showed yesterday.
Yeah.
C7, look and say, what is that? It say 664 BC.
No, that other one said 750 years ago. The other one.
Yeah. Okay, I see it say 664
Reggie,
BC.
is this
But
the
it
same
do say
necrotic-
700 AD too. So I didn't look at the beginning part of it.
Brother Reggie, is this the same necrotic that was given to the Greeks by one of the pharaohs for mercenary work?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the same area, and this begins to trade into what they now call the Mediterranean, right? Remember, it was the Wajwar, and then it became the Aegean before the Mediterranean, right? So this is the Aegean Sea right here. This is the Aegean Sea at this particular time. Why? Because the Greeks called it not the Mediterranean, but the Aegean. And so they named they named the watchword to Aegean based on this based on their god. What's their big god in Greek? Not Apollo, not Hercules, the other one. No, it's the other one. He rapes this woman in this island called Aegea, right?
Zeus?
Zeus. Yeah, Zeus goes rapes a woman, and then it's named. Her son names the island off of her, and then the sea is named after her, right? So when Chief X is talking about the Mediterranean, this is not the Mediterranean at this time. This is the Aegean, right? And so these people in the Mediterranean, now they begin to populate the land and rename it for themselves for their purposes, right? Ethnicity and acculturation in the Necrotis, Greek identity in Egypt, right? So then you see where we can read some of this, right? Netawi, right? This is supposed to be, I guess, a Sarah. This is the Nus Nasut Onk, something Jet. And Noob, Nep, right? So they acculturate, and this is when you start to see this. Here's Chief X. This is
I wonder why they turn white like that. If it, like why? What? I mean, in the style, like why is the style like?
See, this is what I'm saying.
They don't. But people don't know nothing about color.
But think about that in what we be talking about with blackness.
Right.
We know they probably wasn't wiggity white like that lady, but they just showing an extreme of themselves. And just like it could be the opposite with Kim. Everybody probably wasn't bliggity black. But you're going to take the darkest one to show what you mean. You know what I'm saying?
But what they did here was, this is a Sphinx. So basically, they just made the Sphinx in an image of themselves.
Right. They put just like we did.
But Greeks wasn't white, though, is the point. Greeks was like brown. I mean, tan.
That's Smash is absolutely correct.
Right,
That's
right,
the
right.
extreme.
So when you
What's
say
the
Greek, are you referring to the archaic, like the Mycenaean
We
Greeks,
talking about the
or
time period we in. I think this is Mycenaean. Yeah, I think that's that time period.
But I think they
okay.
probably did that smash for stylistic purpose to make sure that they knew that they
Exactly.
wasn't the
Yeah,
other
you
people.
like,
Yeah,
yeah, let's
you know what I'm
start
saying?
making.
Like they were gonna make sure
That's
y'all
what
know
extremes
that
are
we ain't
for.
here.
Yeah, that's why you
So
use extremes.
When Herodotus came, he didn't come into indigenous. He came into this. He came there in this period where it was a lot of mixture, a lot of changes. He came
Mhm.
in this period. So what he's talking about of what he says about ancient Egypt is not ancient Egypt. It's late Egypt, and people confuse that and just call the late period Egyptian. But it's he comes into this period, um, uh, and then you have this trade in the Necrotis. Now they're bringing in lots of other people for trade, and they're settling into uh, Necrotis, which is part of what used to be ancient Egypt.
Well, another thing to note is the Greeks had a colony in Libya even before that. And so we should, when talking about some mixture that start happening with people coming down and all that, we telling y'all right then. And we keep on saying, when did these people leave? And nobody got an answer.
They didn't leave.
They didn't
So
leave. They still there to this day, calling themselves Egyptians.
that's
Mhm.
correct. And because people don't know history, they don't know Necrotis, they don't know the change. They're interpreting that the modern Egyptians are the same people, but they leave out the whole period of this trade in Necrotis, right? And with the Greeks and then before that the Persians, right? They leave out all these new people that are coming into the region and don't leave and intermarrying, right? And so then we get these shows. Let me just see this. Yeah, we get these shows from people who are like Corey and Chef be messing it up too, but Chef is a little bit better. But we get all of this from we get their thoughts, but they're history imbeciles.
Hey, when the Magi on the block, y'all know for a fact all that shit dead. Like, don't none of it pop, don't no shows. They just watch. They turn into watchers. Then when we fall back to me, Jai, they get to bumping their guns to see if we gonna come back out. You know what I'm saying? But they know
Hey,
we kill all them claims. Go ahead.
I got a quick question, man. When you said the Sphinx, the word just kept ringing in my ear, and I want to know if I got the right word. Is it supposed to be Haramaki,
Hiram
or
Ackett.
did I say it right?
Horus
Or
on
it
the
could be
horizon. So Heru on the horizon. So really, we probably shouldn't even. Is it a Hiram Ackett? You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
okay.
you're right. Yeah, Horus on the horizon. The horizon is the Ackett. And so
Right,
M is on or upon or in the hair M Ackett. You are right.
right.
All right,
And
all right.
the king was a Horus, right? So it's based, these things are kind of like spells. But when you how can I say, if you listen to these imbeciles, and they are imbeciles because they don't know period. And then when you try to argue with them, oh, and then there's this period right here, which is really interesting. This is another period. These are with connections with the Mycenaeans and Linear A. These groups of people, I'll bring this up. The people from Cyrene, right? Those islands. But let me. So here it goes right here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
You was about to
Yeah,
show something,
I
right?
don't see nothing, Red. You
Yeah,
finna
we
share
don't.
something?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, word. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so now you have this is in a Necrotis dealing with those other islands in the Aegean, right? And these people had contact with the civilization of Tawi, and you can see these kind of like connections where they are actually identifying themselves as the Egyptians, right? Because they are the teachers.
Hold on,
The
go back up there with a map at Reggie. Where they at? Like where would you say these people are at?
Oh, this
Are
is
they
not
on
even.
the map? They
But
in the
you could
ocean
go
somewhere?
back up and then let's see what you was talking about when you showed the people or not. Is that what you're talking
I'm
about,
going to show
James?
you a better. I'm going to show you. I'm going to go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
Well, let's ask a question real quick before you get off this page.
That looks like an
What
African dude at number 18.
animal do y'all think that is on that person's head?
The damn near look like a bear.
All right, that's one
Kinda.
set.
I was about to say a bear or a
Two said a
jaguar.
bear. What else somebody else
James,
said?
I said a bear. It
Who
looked
else?
like a
What
bear.
did you say, Reggie?
Oh, it's a lion.
You think it's a lion? Okay, somebody else.
Gambino, I say it looked like a jaguar.
I thought it looked like a bear. Somebody else said a jaguar, but I just wanted to ask that because I thought that a person who would encounter a bear would be from the Greek areas, right?
Yes.
But
I'm not
it's
sure.
on the islands. It's on the islands, right, of Cyrene. That's where the Cyprus and Cyrene. So I'm gonna show you some of the Cyrene, Cyrene, and I'll show you where they basically are white people who look like Egyptians. So let's go find that. Give me a second to find that
Somebody
collection.
said L existed, even the Remnants people got to Kemet smash. No, you got to understand when we talk about these loan words. I'm not saying L didn't exist, but it wasn't a term that they used in their lexicon, right? So if you want to know what's hella funny, if you try to find ancient Egyptians referring to the Semitic god El, go do that. Go find them referring to the Semitic god El and see if you see it's going to be an R, or you know what I'm saying? So I don't know what else to say about that, but go right ahead, Reggie.
I think it'd probably be like top dude or something.
Yeah, so here it goes right here. So let's go. I'm going to show it in a second. And for some reason I got low resources, so let me close some windows down. Close some windows down. Okay, so these people stop share and screen share. So these people are students of the Nile Valley Africans in the Aegean. And so these groups of people in Near Eastern Cyprus, right? So let's just see what images so they didn't give me no images. So where's the gallery? But in this particular gallery, which is closed right now, to be updated, they are, give me a second, I'll see if I can find, yeah, here they go right here. Okay, this is excellent right here. Visit, stop, screen, share screen. And so these are the, okay, so this whole exhibit right here, these are not white people, but Aegean people in the Aegean Sea. And in this gallery right here, these people are non-Africans. Do y'all see it?
Yep.
These people here are non-Africans, but they are styling themselves as Nile Valley Africans. You see this right there, headdress, left foot forward, right? You see down here the left foot forward.
But hold on, Reggie. How is this so easily identifiable that these are non-Africans? So you know what I'm saying? But then when we look at the ones that look like Africans, it's not so easy
that's
to
only
identify.
black people.
Like I'm like this be driving me crazy. You know, I'm looking at this dude. He look like a white dude with the white and red crown.
You can tell.
He's a white guy with the white and red crown right there to the right.
But then the cold part, they be like, that could be a Mexican, as if it could really be a Mexican. Like, ain't no Mexicans in Africa.
Right.
Like when they see the wide nose, because it ain't nobody else they could associate it with. The Olmec noses, okay, that's over there. But go ahead, Reg, you was cooking.
Okay, so I'm trying to find the collection in Cyprus, so I can show you all of in the gallery where I can show you all of it, but it's in the near east. I'll show you this. This is really interesting. This one right here has nothing to do with this conversation, but it has a lot to do with okay, so this is this thing I'm getting ready to show you right here is Nubia. If it shows up again, you know, I clicked on the page and it disappeared.
It looked like they didn't took a whole temple.
The sheriff can't understand that it
Right.
wasn't no L in the ancient Egyptian sound phonology or whatever. It just wasn't there.
So this temple right here, I'm gonna stop sharing, right? Share screen. So this I always take people here to the screen to this share right here. So this temple right here, they took this is the Nubian temple, right? But on the Nubian temple, right, is dedicated to Kesar Augustus, right? Or is dedicated to him. This temple right here, and so basically you have Augustus meeting Mendelusi and all of the or Heru, all of the and he's giving tribute to them, right? Or they're giving him the right to rule. They are actually giving him the right to rule in this particular temple. And I can bring up the temple. Let me just bring up the temple for you.
Okay, so Reggie, this temple, it was located in what? Egyptian Nubia? Like how far down are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking about Aswan
Okay.
area. I'm talking Aswan.
I know I'm off the subject. I just got through. Somebody said that, and there's something going on social media, that the letter W is spelled with a D. And people was like acting like they can't figure that out. Let me ask y'all how y'all feel about that. Reggie, you sharing personal documents. I don't know if you know you still sharing the screen.
I'm stopping.
To be completely honest, I kind of always thought that was a little weird, maybe because I don't understand trilateral roots and stuff like that. But I did always think that was weird that it started with a D, with everything else start with its own initial. Well, it's a few other words that don't.
But it really don't, though. So let me explain what I understand from studying the Medu Neter. And first ask yourself, how do you think you would spell the letter W?
From the sound, it would sound like a D. From the sound that we get, at least.
With the U?
No, you spell it Double, and then you put a U. It is a double U.
W.
You take two U's, put them together, and you have a double U.
Okay. Okay.
Simple.
I could get with that.
Now that we understand, I'm just saying, now that we understand.
Man, that was devastating us, Smash.
But now that we understand the concept, we understand that we just pronounce it a long U. So say Mountain Dew right now. You just saying we just saying
when I tell you
at
just
the
blew
end.
up, man, look, you just killed it right there. I ain't even gonna
I
lie.
might need to put that on the internet because I'm like, how is this trending?
Saying, look, that was on the most childish level you can explain it, but it made the most sense.
That's just like X starts with the E.
So now some people think, well, if you make a point at the end, it's actually double V's. But if we understand how the V is really associated with the W and the U, and I learned that when I went to Germany, because we be talking about this Egyptian dictionary calling it the Wörterbusch. And they was like, what is you talking about? And I'm like, you know the Wörterbusch. And they talking about, are you talking about the vertebral? And I was like, oh, that's a V to y'all. Now to transition this to what my man Dash Arab is mistaken about in the chat, talk about the L existed before the Egyptians, and that sounds like the J argument. Let me say one thing to you right now, Sheriff. If you ever go to Japan and ask them to pronounce a word with an L in it, they're going to say an R because they don't practice words either. right now today that got an L in them. So because it exists, don't mean that all people use it in their sound scheme. For instance, the click click people don't use the L either. They just go, you feel me? So what if it exists? That don't mean that all people used it within the phonemes that they use to determine their language. But what I'm saying is, go ahead.
No, I was about to say I got another quick question. It might be a little off topic too, but since we did go off, I figured I could jump in now. My boy Neil Spite was telling me about. I'm not sure if it's a town, a country, or a city, but in Africa, he said it's called Afrique. What's up with that place? If y'all know a little bit about it.
Afrique would be in North. That's a tribe,
You
wasn't it?
talking about ancient times? I mean, modernly ancient times?
To be honest, I don't remember exactly what he was getting at when he was telling me about it, but I remembered the name.
The area of Tripoli. Somebody could describe it better than me, but in the area of Tripoli in Africa, it would be called Afri at one point in time.
Mm-hmm.
It was a group
but was that not named from the local tribe, the Afrique tribe? So
I remember he said something like that the people was named Afrique or something like that.
See, we can't really, I don't want to do that because I don't know, right? The reason why I have to say that is because we don't have the indigenous writings of the people, so we don't know if they called themselves that or someone else called them that. That's all I'm saying.
True.
Definitely somebody else called them that.
What I would say is that if you want me to pull it up, because I kind of did the work, but I was going to pull up something else. But basically, there was a tribe that fought with the Carthaginians, and these groups of people were their soldiers, the Afri people. And when the Romans encountered them after they beat Carthage, right? They incorporated these groups of Africans in their ranks. And those groups of Africans became a stand-in for all the other Africans that they met, right? So they were like the prototype, the people, the Afri people. So I can pull up the work that shows it, but I did want to show you this, is that Nubian temple that I was showing you. Okay, so now now this is late Egyptian, and well, we can give it a stab. So here is the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, right? Here is the trader, right?
Real quick before you go to end, this requires some disclaimers. What is African Juju betrayed to foreigners?
Oh, that's my title for my presentation. I did.
Yeah, you gotta give us an up there. Okay, so that's the title of your presentation. But okay, go ahead.
So this is one of my, when I was debating Jabari, is I was just trying to say is that the traitor priest, because we take this priest stuff too far, they're the ones who saved their lives by working with these other people and giving them authority to Nile Valley. So when I say African Juju betrayed, this is basically how can I say, voodoo, African spiritual traditions, right, that were given to the Greeks.
Well, I got, you get as much respect as anybody on my show, but just the same way when King Jay put something on the screen, this is weaponized, right? And so I'm not saying, I don't even know what you was about to say, but it caught me by surprise that of any source material would start off saying African Juju betrayed to foreigners by traitors. So really this was good when you was beefing with an African priest. But right now that you're not, I'm like, how, you feel what I'm saying? It's kind of
no, but I did a disclaimer. So this is mine, right? But let's get to the work.
Okay.
So basically what this is that, as I said before, the priest, right, were Jews is for Augustus, right? His name is Kesser here. Kesser, I'll blow it up here, right? They did this for Kesser. they allow Kesser to give offerings to every ancient Nile Valley priest to say that he's accepted. And so what they do is they give all of the sacred offerings that would be Pharaoh would get if he was installed.
But
So
I mean, I'm gonna let you finish, but I know this argument, and I'm like, it was suitable for them, but it's in an honest environment. That's not fair. To charge the ancient Egyptian priests for doing what they were forced to do when their society got taken over and labeling them like traitors that's not honest.
Because Caesar he didn't like in Delphi. Okay, go ahead.
That's your you have a right, but when you read the text, this right here is a European. This is Kesser.
Okay.
A Mediterranean.
I'm with you.
Right.
So keep going.
And they're installing him as a king.
But didn't he take over? So he beat the baddest man in the land with his people, right?
No, at this point he did not. At this point he is fighting Cleopatra. He's fighting Cleopatra and Mark Antony. And the Nubians, the Nubian groups of people, they were fighting the Ptolemies too, right? The Nubians hated the Ptolemies. And so this guy comes, and what they do is they say, well, we're gonna help you to become the Norsut against the Ptolemy family.
Now, okay, but did you just conject that, or is that story like documented that these priests went and get stuff to help Caesar? Because then I would have to take back what I said about this not being honest. You just know more about it than I don't know. If what you saying is not something that you just saying, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Or,
conjecture.
Yeah, conjecture. Or is that facts that, I mean, do you got some way to show that these priests did that?
Yeah, so what happened is he goes into Augustus, doesn't take the route of the directly of the Mediterranean. He comes into Nubia to attack the Ptolemies, tries to flank them, right? And the Nubian groups of people, they were always at war with the Ptolemies. So they say, well, we're gonna get behind you. And so what they do is they install him with all of the things that you install a Norsut to install to keep the peace with all of the natives, hoping that the native population in Egypt, Tawi, would not fight him and let him defeat Cleopatra and Mark Antony. So,
well, I'm saying if you have to, I mean, if inside of this breakdown that the priests are doing these nefarious actions, it would have started before this, because them having access to this sacred language and everything started with the Greeks stepping to Egyptian priests, and then they took it from the Greeks. And so I ain't got nothing for the priests.
This story reminds me of what Dr. Clark, when he was talking about this, he said they joined somebody else that helped get the Greek and Romans off their back, and then the next thing you know, they was on their back.
Reggie, you're right. Ultimately, my inquiry was just to make sure that it was not no remnants of the spirit that spawns you to do this work being left over. Because ultimately, let me say you're right, because it comes down to this: the priests had decisions. They could have went to Nubia because they went down to, because they had removed the priesthood down to Napata, right? All the real natives had moved it down to Napata. So very well, them priests could have said, no, we're not dealing with this. We out down to Nubia with the people in Napata. Instead, they decided to stay and do what the emperors wanted them to do. So your stance is justified. I understand.
Well, and that's one thing I want to give to Reggie too, man. Reggie and Jabari, when y'all two debate, those are one of the few debates that you can watch and take the blinders off. Like, you don't gotta decipher through the BS. because y'all so careful, y'all don't want to say nothing wrong because y'all both know the stuff. So when we watch debates between y'all two together, which is rare because majority of the time people on our side barely debate against each other. We go against everybody else. But when y'all do go against each other, those are some of the best debates because you ain't got to look through the BS. You know, most of the stuff is on the table. It's all laid out.
Now, let me ask you, Reggie, real quick. I like to inject imagination into it. It's me and you. We both priests, and we are the ones in this situation. Like, they on their way to come to our quarters to ask us to do something with this metal nature. Now, I'm looking at you. We looking like what to do, Spam, what to do, Reggie. Do we hop this fence and say we out to Nubia? Or do we say, yo, my kids ain't even hearing shit. Yo, I might just have to read these glyphs. What would you say?
I would say, this is what I would say. This right here solves the point. For me to be an African, for me to say, in the Medu Neter, the Nasut Bidi Neb Tawi, right? Okatar, Sarah Neb Ka Kesserer, Ankh Jet Mer.
I wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it either.
The king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Lord of the double country, autocrator, son of Re, Lord of the crowns, Kesser, living eternally, beloved of Isis, beloved of a sect, recitation by Osiris, the great god, Lord of the wild, venerable power, Lord of Philae, right? What I'm doing is I am to keep my status as a bank.
Hold on, let Reggie say, to keep your status.
To keep my status, I am going to be, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write with the Medu Neter, I am going to write this European into power with everything that I know that is sacred.
But then I'm going to ask you, are you saying that's what you would do if me and you was in the quarters and they was banging on the door? You saying you gonna do the Medu Neter for them?
No, me and you would hop the fence.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. The opposite.
Me and you. But these people, but mind you now, these people were trained. These people right here were, remember, this is Ptolemy period, right? So these people had already been, how can I say, acculturated to the Greek rulers. Because remember, Cleopatra spoke Medu Neter. So these are her people. But the African initially with the Ptolemies, they did this for the Ptolemies. They did this for Alexander. They made Alexander the Sarah in the earlier time periods. Now this is hundreds of years later, right? Where the African is he's backseating all of this stuff, right? And
what if I was a punk and I start coming with that sucker logic, like, you know what, Saber? The majority of the people can't read this shit anyway. And our children ain't here, and we're going to have a long journey to Nubia. People can't read this. So let's just write what they want us to write.
Well, they can't read it, but they have oral traditions. They understand if you say Nasut Bidi, right? Neb Tawi, they know what that means. They ain't gotta see it written.
You're right, 100%, and I will be a traitor to the, you ain't no way to get out of that. That's why I had to look at it. The person who start cowering like, yo, let's just do it. I don't want to call them a traitor because a lot of our brothers were forced into that position, bro.
Well, this is in Nubia. The problem with this temple is this is in Nubia. This is in Nubia. They had already made him a king in Nubia, right? Well, in that part of
lower.
Okay, now hold up. You said, Reggie, he went around, right, and hooked up with them.
Yeah, but I want to add something. He didn't go into like Nubia. He went into Egyptian Nubia, like Philae.
Yeah, Philae. Yeah, Philae, because it says right here, it says recitate. It says right here,
little lower.
Yeah, you can
say Philae right there.
Yeah, Philae. So he's in this area right here. So it's Egyptianized Nubia. He's not in
But he is.
I would say that must have been considered Nubia at the time too. You know, these borders be shifting, these names be changing. It's all kind of wild
Yeah,
stuff.
but why I call it Egyptianized Nubia? Because they couldn't penetrate Sudanese Nubia.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking when I first asked. Where are they located at on the map? Like where are they at?
Well, they're in Philae, Aswan. They're in that area, and that's the way in which they were able to. They decided to take that route and come in. But the Nubians, the Egyptianized Nubians, they were fed up with the Ptolemies, right? That's why they was there, and they said, you know what? You warn against those people. We're gonna get behind you. What we're gonna do is we're gonna make you the king. So what if you read this whole text?
Yeah, I see what Smash is saying. That term Egyptianized Nubians, that don't sound right, does it?
Well, I said Egyptian Nubia geographically referring to
I know about that. I'm talking about Egyptianized, like they were turned into that.
Nah, that ain't right. I mean, you know, they try to say it that way because they always give the Egyptians the authority.
Right.
But the other parts of Nubia, the southern, they not with none of this stuff. The Napata people, they not with none of this stuff. This is in the regions where the Napatan kings, right, Dongala and all of that stuff, they not with this. Dongala, that's further. They not with this.
Now let me ask you, Reggie. The people in Dongala, do they know how to use this writing system?
No, they had another language.
But you find Medu Neter as far down as the border of the kingdom of Dongala, but that's a hella later time period.
But then they
have a heroic script.
They got mad upset with these people, and they went back to their own language, and created a whole nother script.
You're right, and you can argue they did that because of what you're talking about right now.
Yes, they was like, you people are messing too much with these other groups of people, and that's why we came up in the first place. Taharka, Shabaka, Pianki. That's why we came up. You people are selling out. So they came up there to beat up the people that was vassals of the Assyrians and stuff like that. Tefnut and all those groups of people.
Man, they whooped their ass. I love the fact that they came up out the south and beat the brakes on them boys. Like, we taking Egypt back and got them boys about it. I'm talking about the fight with them, maybe Libyans. Who was Tahark and them greedy? No, I'm talking about not who they were accosted by, but who did they have to kick out? Libyans?
No, see, these were vassals of the Assyrians.
No, but they got ran up on by the Assyrians, and Assyrians got them up out of there. But when Pianki came, who did Pianki fight? Tefnut. Libyans, right or not?
Yes, they were. But they was being vassals of the Assyrians.
Oh, I hear what you said. Yeah, okay.
And so there was the state groups and the Syrians, and Pianki and them came up there and said, yo, you people are traitors. That's why they went into, they cleansed it, and they went back to the old kingdom. They actually went back to the Shabaka text and stuff like that.
Yeah, they really did, though. They was like what you would consider fundamentalists in Islam, so to speak. They was like, y'all messing up the Medu Neter. Y'all messing up everything. We taking it back to the old days. They even started doing
what would make them feel like they had the right to do something like that?
Because they was the ones. They knew they was the ones.
I'm just saying, man. This is like, why would they feel like they could do that?
Hey, check this out real quick. You know how you got, I'm from the West Coast, and my family in the South. If you need your cousins and shit, you go into the South. Then you might pop back up on the West Coast with hella more dudes, and people be like, damn, right? Well, it's the same thing. It was the same thing. But check this out. When you ain't coming to check on your cousins, what's going to happen eventually? They going to come and check on you. I'm telling you. And so they was like, man, ain't nobody got no magi, no nothing. Let's go see what's going on up in Kemet. And when they started going up there, they had to beat the brakes off fools. They was like, this is not popping. You want to know why? Because when they first came up, they only went up as far as Thebes. Then they went back down. Just like black people. They went up and seen, it's ugly over here. Let me go get Tyrone them. Let me go get everybody. And we coming back. So
I can almost guarantee you the females sent them down there to go check.
Oh, well, now we talking about the priestess of Hathor. You're not 100% off track. When Mentuhotep needed to show that he had pull down in the south in order to unite the first intermediate period, you could look at Solange Ashby work and show how significant that he was married to the priestesses of Hathor. That might have been why he had line down in Nubia. But I'm gonna stop.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you how Pianki spoke to them people. I'm gonna show it to you.
Come on, Red.
That's why I don't be playing with like these people that Kimmy all day like and don't understand the change. So this is divine the title of it. The title of this is by Daniel Kahn, and I read his work. Divine intervention and surrender of Nimrod in the Pianki Stela, right? So, according to the Stela in the northwest of Egypt, can y'all see it? Can y'all see?
Yes, we see it.
According to the Stela in northwest of Egypt, Tefnut, a chieftain of the 24th dynasty who came from Sais, ruled as far south as Ititawi, right? Reports of Tefnut journeying southwards reached Pianki, but he dismissed them. Only the defection of Nimrod, right? The real Nimrod, Nimlot of Hermopolis provoked him to react. Nubian forces were sent to Heraclepolis, north of Hermopolis, to fight against a northern coalition besieging Heraclepolis and headed by Tefnut. The battle took place in the vicinity of Heraclepolis, and according to the Stela, the Nubian army was victorious. Now, this is what he says to the Negro. He says, cause that he will rule. Look, he is in the king's God's house. Like you in a God's house, nigga. Look, he is while serving a praise, supplemented loyalty, oath. We have not abandoned, right? We have not abandoned. While you serving up in there in God's house, we have not abandoned the proper way of life. I say, huh?
Thank you. I'm giving you ad-libs. Go ahead.
Say to him in beneficial praise before. Then the king's wives and king's sisters threw themselves on their bellies. Watch this, Tefnut's wives, right? They threw themselves on their bellies in front of his majesty Pianki. King's wives, ruler of Hawat Wared, his town, as plunder to the place carrying his majesty, right? Wait, let me get to the place. Then his majesty, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Pianki, beloved of Ammon, said that you will die. Your mother, too, who is it who guides you? Who is it who helps you? I'm going to kill you and your mother. Who is it who guides you? Then who guides you? You have abandoned the proper way of life. Is it indeed as arrows that heavens rains? It is that I will. Southerners bow down and northerners say, place us in your shade. Is the beneficiary abusing him while carrying his offerings? The heart is a rudder. It will turn over its owner to the state, which is in the wrath of God. He has seen fire in the land. He who would like to look upon the downfall of his father has not ever become old, right? So those people, right? Your gnomes
are full of youngsters.
Full of youngsters. Then he threw like babies, like suckers. Then he threw himself, the fake king, threw himself on his belly before his majesty, saying, "Be appeased." Like, chill.
You were saying Hotep, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, Horus,
It is your power that has done it to me. I am the king's servant who bears the yoke of taxes into the treasury. It's like I got the money. Like, what you want?
Yeah.
Right? I have done more than they have presented silver gold. He bought the house, and then it says,
Hold on, it says, you're doing hella fast. It says inspect their taxes. So that was the I got the money. It's right here. I've done more than they. Then he presented silver, gold, lapis lazuli, turquoise, copper, and all kind of precious stones. Then the treasury was filled with this tribute. He brought a horse with the right hand and a sistrum with the left, the sistrum of gold and lapis lazuli. Go ahead.
Yo, so this Bianchi said, yo, break what they say?
Break bread, bro. Break yourself.
break yourself. He said, break yourself. Give up what you got, right? And he says, sure, I choose you, right? And so this is the text in Nebuchadnezzar. This is how they felt, the South felt about them traitor priests that was up there in the north, right?
So they was like fundamentalists. They was talking about y'all strayed from the way.
Look what he said. Have you forsaken the way of life, right? So it says from the reconstruction it can be inferred that Nimrod was already a vassal of Bianchi before the later comparisons. One can only forsake a certain way of life if he's already practicing. Nah, he was practicing. He was a halfway hoe. He was a halfway.
Here go the funny part. Nimrod was so hard in the north that he entered into Hebrew mythology as some. Am I wrong?
That's right, Nimrod, because his name is Nimrod.
Yeah, Nimrod.
And they changed it from the L to the M.
No, the other way around. But they kept the. I hear you. Go ahead. But I'm saying he was so hard with whatever he was doing in the north that he entered in the Hebrew mythology as some devastating warrior. But here we got it from the Nubian angle, where they like, Nimrod, you falling off. I have to come out and check you.
Hold up, Reggie. Is any of this biblical?
No, biblical. This is okay. So you got to know who Daniel Kahn is. Daniel is an expert in Jerusalem studies, Israel and Jerusalem studies. So he's also looking at the relationships to the Nile Valley. So he's breaking down his own culture. He's like saying, y'all better look at, if you want to look at Nimrod, you want to find the real Nimrod, you better go look at this Nimrod dude, because he's your Nimrod, right? Right? And wait, watch this. Bianchi does not believe that Nimrod, who owns his royal status to Bianchi, generously has betrayed and has abused the royal power bestowed on him. Bianchi corners Nimrod into agreeing with him and continues by analyzing the reasons for Nimrod's offensive action. He uses the metaphors known from wisdom literature. The heart is a rubber. So he's just saying, like, yo, bro, how can you do this, man? Like you supposed to be my brother, man. You were sending me letters and stuff, kites and stuff like that. Now I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna straighten you out. There's a phonetic resemblance between these two words, right? Saka, to straighten. So I'm gonna straighten you out, Nick. I'm gonna straighten you out, dude. Everybody is on their bellies, yo. All of them is salatin, yo, right? The divine harsh reaction aimed against the violator of an oath who is sworn in the name of a particular God who serves as a divine guarantor. The violation of an oath is a legal guilt as well as a religious sin. It can lead to punishment and calamities, right? To be the bow of a God means to suffer the calamities. You say, yo, you better get right, yo.
So basically, he told him, get down or lay down.
They lay down. They like this, right? So then he says, Bianchi, after stating the reasons he understood to be the cause of Nimrod, like, I know you've fallen off. I know why you've fallen off, right? And you're in a state of the bar netter, unfaithfulness, warns Nimrod of the expected consequences of such rebellious action if Nimrod does not repent, right? So this is okay. Now we said about the Moabite story of King Meshach, dating to the middle of the 9th century, describes the liberation of Moab from the Omri dynasty. Line 4 reads as follows: because he delivered me from the kings all the kings, because he let me look upon my adversaries, and I looked upon him and his house with Yahweh on my side as my help. I shall look upon those who hate me. What right? He got, but one thing he's doing is he's tying in the Hebrew falsehoods with the Hebrew falsehoods with Moab and Omri, trying to tell the truth about early Israel, right? And then it's the identification of Eteth, his father, in line 55, as a sovereign king. Pianki has to be proven. In the terminology of treaties and ancient Near East, terms servant and son are frequently used to indicate a relationship of subversive and dependency. He's saying, yo, you my son. Like, isn't that what it's saying? Like, yo, Nimrod, yo, you my son, man. I mean, Tefnut, you my son, right? And then he
So
spits on him.
let me make sure I got it right. Nimrod was an underling of Pianki who should have been dealing with Tefnut a different way, right?
Yeah.
He should have been more harsh with Tefnut, and he let them be too lenient. And Pianki coming up like, why is you up here not living like this? Is that right?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you. What's the oath, man? You ain't a blood, man. You ain't a crip, man. You ain't cuz. Like you cuz, but you acting like you're not cuz. So this is you can't get any colder. You can't even get colder, no colder than this, right? So this is the paper. This is the paper. So this is just divine intervention and surrender of Nimrod and the Pianki Stella.
Word.
There you go.
That's hard. Now, when we talk about characters like Nimrod and they appear in the Bible, and then people start to think that's giving some credence to the Bible or wherever he pop up at, you got to understand that you can see how they messed up hella stories, and it don't say nothing about what we're reading in here. Furthermore, is hella names from this time period. Let's say Phineas, Pa-Nehesi. But Pa-Nehesi was just a ruler for one of the pharaohs who enters the Bible as the grandson of Aaron, who killed a Midianite woman in a tent and brought back Israel to Yahweh. So I'm like, okay, Pa-Nehesi, Phineas literally means the Nubian.
The Nubian.
So they be trying to retell a story, remix a story, and they just be messing it up. James is the host. I'll be right back. Thank y'all for making it a good show. Let's go.
So there's something else I was going to show you. I just got a little kind of Smash be pressing me. So I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I get be smashed by, I get pressed by Smash. I just have to I have to show my case, because my problem is that all the priests did not live up to their oaths, and so just by making somebody a Kemetic priest don't mean that everything is cool, right? I don't do that. Everything that and so the problem is, when we're fighting against these other groups, we suffer and we fall when we want to fake the funk that everything in Africa was good and they didn't have their conflicts.
Right.
And everybody,
you would kind of be an idiot to believe that anybody in a facility of their own people ain't gonna have some problems. That's for any race of people, though. So,
right, but you got to show it. So if you haven't done the work to be able to show it, to a couple of minutes to look it up on your desk, people can believe whatever they believe. That's why I murder the Hebrew Israelites. Like, don't talk to me about any science or anything like that. You people ain't got nothing, right? You people, don't talk.
See, I'll be kind of disturbed about having those conversations with those people just dealing with all those Abrahamic religions, because we, at this point, we already have crossed that, we jumped over that hurdle, so to speak. Like you guys are already went off into the language, and we're trying to get that together. So maybe we could present a great history to our people, like backtracking with them. You know, I think that we should be trying to get a curriculum or something together. You know, for for the historicity of our people that's in line. You know, even using the meta nature as y'all continuation of it. I think we need to be trying to do that instead of bickering with them that's still stuck on that
I live in
history,
New
because
York. I gotta
we have a
walk
lot of videos where they could actually go back and learn this stuff, Reggie, at this point.
Man, look, a lot of these dudes don't want to know it, man. When they lay it out on the table, they just refuse to accept the facts, man.
You know, some people have a need to believe. And if you have a need to believe, no amount of reason, logic, or facts are going to change that. That's my experience trying to educate somebody or refer somebody out of that Abrahamic nonsense. They have a need.
And that's why when Reggie pointed it out during that debate, that it was more of them just having a war stance against the Kemetic side, that they wouldn't even accept facts and act like they didn't know about things that they knew prior to going into the debate. Like, and that they just get in there and be disingenuous about it just for the sake of having a debate. Like,
but belief overrides logic and what you one time was called common sense. So that's why they came in there knowing that we had enough evidence to support our position. The facts is documented, and they coming over here trying to defend a belief. They're out of pocket. They're in the wrong league. They're on the wrong playing field. But their belief causing such disassociation with reality in their minds that they feel that they got to come in there and show what they don't know.
Like somebody made a statement. I don't want to make it like I'm putting him against him because that's his boy. But I heard somebody say like you couldn't have Ma'at without a king, and that's just absolutely make no sense.
That shows you what they don't know. And once again, you open your mouth and you put your brain on the display. As Dr. Clark said, every time you open your mouth, you show me what you haven't read.
Yeah, you can't have Ma'at without a king. We know this by the intermediate period, right, where you have nomarchs. So I couldn't get on this show to explain. Tefi was a nomarch, right, and the Intefs were nomarchs, and then there was the Inin Nosot. Those groups of people were nomarchs. Marikari's heirs, they were nomarchs. They certainly did do Ma'at. But the problem is that if you this is going to make you mad, so hold tight.
Go there, Rick. Before you go there, Ma'at is feminine. If you can have a feminine principle, if you can have a feminine deity, fine, that brings forth anything else. But if you got a male deity, if you have a god without a goddess, what are you talking about? You can't have Ma'at without having a male. That's nonsense.
I didn't say that. So
no, I didn't say. I'm referring to what the brother was saying. I'm saying how the logic doesn't follow the whole argument. It has no logic to it. When you know what Ma'at is, you can't use what they're disputing, saying you can't have Ma'at without a god or a male. Is that what, did I hear it right?
Well, yeah, that's what that stupid people were saying. What I'm saying is that the problem is without a properly coronated Nosut Bidi, right? You have a priesthood in disarray. And so today we have people who are priests, but they're not serving anybody properly coronated, right? And so if you say that you are a Kemetic priest, I got to look at you 2 or 3 times. Like, who are you serving? The king is the intermediary between himself and that doesn't change. But you can do Ma'at. You can do Ma'at, but don't get that priesthood stuff a little bit too far, because now you sound
Brother Reggie. So I would ask in that case, then what would you say? Would you say there was no Ma'at when the Amen priesthood was running things? Was there Ma'at then or no?
Oh, I would say it tends to be in the early part, right? You have Amos, and he decides that Amen is the personal deity that he prays, right? And the people follow him, right? But when you get to the later periods,
The 1920 dynasty.
yeah, you get to those periods. You have you have the priest later period, you have the priest taking over, right? Herihor and them, they are usurping the Ramses, the late Ramses crowns, and they become the leaders. And then and they're not properly coronated, and people don't accept them and believe them just because they're a priest. They'd be like, so what? Like, you ain't a king, you a priest. Okay, you're a high priest. So what? You're not administrating the country. So there was a whole line of these priest kings, and Herihor and them, they broke out. They went back south. So it was in disarray because there wasn't a properly coronated structure. So that's why I don't, when I argue, who am I arguing with? First of all, I'm 59. I'm going to be 60 years old. Who am I? I'm largely arguing with young people on this, right? I just want to be. I want to be 100, right? Like you ain't you younger than me. You ain't calling yourself no priest to me. You can call yourself priest, and I could be respectful to you, right? And I could go along for a little while, but don't start smelling yourself, because my teachers was Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark when they could see. Don't I know what Dr. Clark and them taught me, and from mouth to ear. So don't. I went to Egypt in 80, so-called Egypt in 87. Don't play me.
So hold on, Reggie. I got exactly what you're saying, and I think that that's a profound way of looking at it. You know, because some people don't really know kind of like clearly what your position is on that. But when you saying this from a strict standpoint, that if to actually be a priest, it has to be a king. Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to.
That's right, because a priest serves the king.
Okay, so but when you put it like just right, you keep it just right there.
Because Pan-African James, I would say because the in some respects the king is a priest all in one.
Okay, yeah, that's true too. But hold on, let's hear both of those.
Because he's responsible for the crops and stuff coming in and stuff. Like if it don't come in, they looking for the king for watch this, and he has to be the intermediary. So I would say the king is a priest in one.
Do you believe that?
I agree with them, Reggie, and I would also add to what the brother just said, that you have a priest before you have a king. Your priest is the communal representative that speaks to the deity, or is the word, or represents the deity to the community, and that's why later on you have priest kings. But the king is what? The king is the one who leads the defense of the community. Am I?
Okay, so I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to y'all dirty, right? The king is really not a priest. King is the intermediary. Once he's coronated, like I was showing you with the coronations, he is with the gods. The priests help him do that. The priest got no power without him. He installs the priesthood. He simply
Excuse me, Saber. Doesn't periodically the king come before the priest, and the priest examine him to see if he's physically capable, or if he's physically, they take him out physically and mentally, and affirm that he's still healthy enough to be in that position. Is that correct?
Okay, so there's a problem.
Is that correct? Am I
um,
correct with that? That's what I'm asking.
no, it's not an absolute. That's the problem. You can't examine it in the absolute, right? So the king, there are priests that are unremovable. That's where Akhenaten had a problem with. Am I right? Akhenaten had a problem. They didn't just follow Akhenaten, they went against Akhenaten. So Akhenaten, well, actually started with his father. And so his father had a problem with the priest. So Akhenaten now has a problem with the priest. The priests are deciding how long you live, your fitness, and all of that. And they're like, yo, I'm gonna brush my shoulders off. Get off of me, yo. Yo, I'm the king. But the priesthood had amassed so much land, so much cattle, they were basically usurping the throne. Adnan says, yo, I'm gonna get away from you birds. So I'm gonna create a whole new city, right? And if y'all can come, if y'all want to. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the priests wanted to go back to their old status, right? So they became enemies of Adnan, right? And Adnan was trying to say, yo, we got too many gods, we got too much stuff going on. Let's shorten the list. Let's just deal with Ma'at. Let's deal with Aten, right? Let's keep some of them. But we got a priest for every goddamn thing. Y'all crazy. So
well, see, I know better to get down into particulars with you, Reggie. That's why I'm asking my questions from my general understanding. Okay, and so I'm asking these questions in search of security of what I've been saying and what I will continue to say. And so I'm looking to you for that. So when I asked you the question, you said I was speaking absolutely. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to come across that way. What I'm talking about, generally speaking, the culture provided its checks and balances. It had
correct.
Okay, so yes, we have periods when particular kings.
But that's why I'm talking about. I'm talking about when it doesn't work. For example, Pepe, what is it? Pepe II. This dude is on the throne. He don't want to give it up to his heirs, his sons. So daggone his sons die before this dude dies, right? Daggone his grandchildren dies before he dies. When the old dude died on the throne, it became the first intermediate period, right? Because there was not a proper transition of power. So then you had all of these nomarchs, right? So you had probably about 100 kings. People were kings for 3 days. That's how bad it was in the first intermediate period, right? It was arrayed because there was not any order. But at that time period, the priests were servants of the king. So the priests weren't even in that. They weren't even in the affairs. It was just men trying to vie for power and trying to collect people. But the structure fell apart until it trickled down to Antefi, Intef, right? Antefi, Intef, and then let me see, Intef, and then Mentuhotep, right? Mentuhotep. He comes and he unites. Everybody gets behind him. Kim and his Congress during that time period, right? But so then you have good kings that need to be checked, right? And you have you have priesthood that need to be checked, right? But the structure, the problem is what I'm just trying to say, save a flag, is just a structure. We look for when the structure goes in disarray and when the structure comes back together, right? Like when Bianchi's talking to that dude, right? He's like, yo, what happened, yo? You forgot the path, you forgot the oath, you forgot the path of life, the Wa Enoch. That's what it's called. The Wa Enoch.
Would you be offended if I refer to you as a priest?
Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'd be offended.
That's what I'm asking you. Would you be offended?
Yeah.
And
I don't
want to explain myself because I would never want to intentionally offend you. Okay, so once I found out that you found that to be offensive, and I would ask to explain myself, would you be open to hearing my explanation?
No, if you want to say that there were priests that were doctors, if there was priests that did particular activities, I still wouldn't even do that because I'm so allergic to Kemetic priests. I'm allergic to them. I sneeze.
I understand, but if I was to call you priest or refer to you as a priest, I would
just call me Brother Reggie, Saber Reggie.
Wait, come on, man.
Because what? I don't believe in that stuff.
Okay, but I'm not asking you to believe. I'm asking you to be able to filter out if I say something that comes across.
No, but you can call me.
I'm just making a hypothetical. I didn't say I do refer to you as priest or I will. I'm just making a hypothetical because I'm trying to get to another point.
The only priest that I ever respected in the Nile Valley community was Sinjetti, right? I'm talking about
Jacob. The one before him.
What about Infodici?
No, that's not what I'm talking.
No. Wait, hold on. No. No. Infodici, spiritual warrior, right? He's a warrior. I consider him a saber, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you witnessed the conflict that happened between our teachers and one is an ancestor with one who taught me that when I go to Kemet, I don't go into the Holy of Holies.
Yeah, Dr. Ben.
Okay.
But
So Reggie, so you know that there was an incident that took place because somebody disagreed with that, and they said when Dr. Ben said only the priests were allowed to go in there, and this man said, well, he was a priest.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that, right? I'm not going. I don't want to get.
Malana Karenga, Dr. Malana Karenga said, look, Dr. Ben, white folks are going into the Holy Holies. And Dr. Ben is like, yeah, but I brought you all here. This is my legacy, and I follow a order. I follow the Watanam. I follow the path of light. And our tradition, we can't just bring anybody and we have to respect the traditions of the Africans.
I'm trying to get to another point.
The only priest that I ever.
That's cool because I want to hear it too.
But that's
brother Allen. So to go back to this question real quick about I said that the king was the high priest. I just want to read something real quick. It says each successive pharaoh was regarded as a child of the gods, and as the gods' representative on earth. The king was also the supreme high priest of every temple. However, with so many different temples throughout Egypt, the pharaoh's duties had to be delegated to each temple's high priest, who was often a royal relative selected by the king to guarantee their loyalty. So,
that's my understanding. I think you want to direct that to Saber Reggie.
Yeah, do your job. Do your job, Negroes. I'm the king. Do your job. I'm trying to run this whole kingdom, feed the people. And you want to do your hocus pocus and that, fine, do it, right? Just do your job, right? And check this out. If you don't do your job, you're out. But then the king is like, yo, this king, yo, he on our back, yo.
Question, brother Reggie. So like old kingdom. So say when the pharaoh possibly died, would his priest be buried with him? As well?
Hell no. No. Wait. In dynastic time periods, yeah. Right? But not in old kingdom and stuff like that. No priest goes on to serve the new king.
Okay. So I didn't know if the priest would, just be loyal to that program, and then the next priest king would have his own new set of priests that he would elect. Or
the king would just check them. Like me, I'm gonna check you out. If I don't like you, I'm gonna I might select your son. You retire. I'll take your son. Let me check your son. Let me check your temperature, right?
Okay.
Because Spalta, you got to remember who Spalta is. So he's one of the last kings of the Napata groups of people, right? Nakata kings. His priests, they tried to get rid of him. He put them to death.
Yeah.
He put his priesthood to death. He said, "What? You trying to check me? I'm the king. You don't tell me if I'm fit to rule or not. Like what? You trying to remove me from power?"
Was he in Ma'at when he did that, Reggie?
Yeah.
He was?
Yes.
He created balance by doing that.
They was
I want to hear
how
Saber Reggie explains how a pharaoh wipes out his priesthood because they were not operating according to his pleasure, and you tell me that's in Ma'at.
Oh yeah. Because the king was properly coordinated. Spalta, he was properly coordinated, right? He had to give up six lines of women in his family, right? The kings, right, was saying, okay, you're the king now, but you got to listen to us. And they was trying to check his temperature, and they basically ordered his death, right? And he was like, you're not telling me what to do. I'm the representative of the Netchers. You're not. So check this out. You want me dead. I'm not gonna have you conspire against me, right? You band of priests. Yeah. You go to the afterlife. You gotta understand that in their world, fine, that going to the afterlife wasn't so bad, right? Kings had to go to the afterlife, right? So no. You go to the afterlife. Your work over here is done because you can't serve me, and I'm the one who's properly coronated. Have a nice day in the afterlife.
So basically, you're revealing the fact that in your heart, you are in line with that pharaoh that believed that all these priests should be sent to their ascension.
They try to check the king, and the king was properly coordinated for the people, and the priests were selected. Yeah.
Okay, so I have one other final, I guess, for now, question to you, Seba. Our generation is really the first generation to, en masse, reach back and try to involve ourselves or reconstitute ourselves in line with the highest ideals of African civilization. You agree so far, Reggie?
We're not the. Well, your generation's you're a little older than me. So if you count me in your generation, your generation, Saberware, Sanjeti, Jacob Carruthers, and Malana Karenga, they did it academically with evidence, right? Trying to incorporate this into helping us understand Dr. Richetti, and those are like I could say those are my parent groups of people. Yeah.
So I'm trying to paint a picture here. So we're the first large in mass numbers, have the large to actually look into it, accept it, because prior to that time, right, that's devil stuff, that's black stuff, leave it alone, don't even bring it around here. So we're the first, when I say the first generation, okay, the 21st century we have a large enough numbers where people, whatever level they've come into this knowledge, this information, this spirit, right? We're the first one. So it's really is in its infancy. So when we run across people who take what they've learned and they want to set up a makeshift or a reasonable facsimile of a temple, and they want to try to recreate a modern version of what they understand from their whatever level of understanding they have, and they come forth and they bring forth these teachings, isn't it better that we wait to a time later when we have even more people and we have more scholars, we have more sabers, we have more people that can read the glyphs and come to a personal identification and understanding of what they get from it before we start criticizing to the extent that you feel about those who are trying to do that. Don't you think it would be better for the community, for the people that are trying to, they don't have the rigor, they don't have the acumen to get into the study, they don't have the time and opportunity to sit here under or go to the conferences. The only thing they got is, they got this temple down there. Like we have in Los Angeles, we got one that I know of, and that's Carras. That's a Carras. And it went through an evolution of over 35, 40 years, coming from a science of mind, but the pastor there was studying Kemet. And then he actually turned the whole congregation over to bring this teaching. And so it elevated to the point where all of the Sabas, who are now ancestors, when they came here, that's where they landed, at Carras, at the place of the dead. What did you call it? What did you say Carras meant? Death, a burial?
Yeah, there's the necropolis and there's the...
Okay, well, because they misunderstood, he was grasping. He was changing it from, I forgot what the previous name for, to the Carras Unity Center. Okay, from some other name. But he was grasping. And so when I asked his wife, I said, what does Carras mean? She said, I don't know. He got that out of some book. Okay, so he's been dead for some years now. And this is the first opportunity I have to receive some clarification on that word from somebody that I regard as a Saba and that I can get an honest reading from. And I'm grateful for that. So other people, they don't have access to you. They may not know about Smash. They're in preschool and they work their way through some of these temples and shrines. So what I'm saying is, my father told me when I was a young man coming up, and I was told him about some stuff I saw on the street, and I started to intervene. And I felt cowardly because I didn't, because I was outnumbered. When I came to him and asked him about it, he told me, son, I'm glad you didn't. He said, you never mess with another man's hustle. So I've heard you refer to these shrines as hustle, similar to the Christian church, and that I can see where you might have that opinion. What I'm saying is, if you see it as that, wouldn't you agree with my father's logic and counsel to not mess with this other man's hustle unless somebody is asking you on a particular subject about a particular element of that for fear of putting a stumbling block to people who are trying to come out of Christianity, trying to come out of Islam, trying to come out of all this other stuff that our people have been.
I'm not gonna hide the truth. I'm gonna just say, I'm not gonna hide the truth. I'm gonna show you the evidence, and I'm not gonna glorify it. I've seen what Dr. York did. Dr. York was a Northside Biddy. I've seen what he did. There was nothing to stop him from doing what he was doing. A lot of the other
there was something that stopped him, and something did stop him. But you don't overlook the people that came out to listen. The people that came out of his teaching and transformed, went ahead. Who? Asar Imhotep, There's a whole group of y'all. Some of you intellectuals here that I see on the screen mentioned the fact that that was one of the things they came through before they got to where their understanding about Kemet and its importance and how it liberated them from being.
My teacher was Dr. Ben, as you know.
Yes.
Dr. Jeffries and Dr. Clark. Those were my three people. I'm gonna tell you this. Dr. Ben, who is one of the fathers of what we study, he says, know what they taught and know what they believed. Know, but you don't, but you don't have to believe it. What you need to do is to know. I respect the culture. I respect their structure. I respect what they did for humanity, right? But that structure, the structure was defeated. It was defeated internally by the priest. The priest made the kingdom weak. So I take that as a lesson. In the long run, the priests wanted to, like as they all do, maintain their status. So they were able. So they worked with the they worked with the invaders, right? They didn't have to work with the invaders. They could have went to Nubia. They could have died. They wanted to live, right? So there you go. So let me just show you this.
You referenced Dr. Ben. You referenced Dr. Ben. Now I want to say this. Dr. Ben, as bad as he talked about the religionists, right? Many of his presentations, many of his presentations were given in churches. Correct? Correct. So he was because the truth was so profound and the thirst for knowledge and understanding was so great. These people that they thought he was some kind of demonic cult leader allowed him to come in, and he came in and he spoke in a way, in a manner where he could. Yeah, I might say he didn't offend some of the people in there, those who were easily offended, but so many people got a meal that they could savor and work on and create an appetite to learn more. And this is what I want of you, Reggie. I want you to manifest that particular characteristic of our Saber, our deity, Dr. Ben. So that you, the same
but
way
you don't know.
Okay, wait, let me finish.
I have to stop you. Because I just
why
have
would
to
you stop an elder? Why do you stop at an elder?
Wait, I have to stop.
Can I finish? I never interrupted you, Reggie. And you interrupted me before, and I let it slide. So let me
because
finish.
I don't want to be. I'm telling you before you just
finish. You're not gonna let me finish. Thank you. I said if that characteristic that Dr. Ben had that allowed him to move into those in the enemy territory with this knowledge, with this healing salve, the same way he walked in that church, I would love it to see you participate in some of these shrines on you might have to do some things behind closed doors or sometimes there where you can help those people who I believe that you believe their hearts are in the right place. They just got they made some errors in their readings and maybe they're not as sophisticated in their exegesis of the text as you are. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to tell you how to be Reggie. I'm not trying to chastise you as someone that's not at my level. No, not at all. Not at all, Reggie. I'm saying this in love and respect and hope that some aspect of what I'm saying can filter into your heart and dissolve that thing that you have about them. Because I have the same thing about the Abrahamic. I can't stand preachers. I don't even allow when they raise me up in my community and want to call me doctor. I said I can't do that because too many preachers put them doctors on their names and they ain't did the work to do it. You see what I'm saying? So I said I appreciate you showing me that. They're all brothers like, no, we elevate you. You've been doing this so long. Yeah, fine, thank you, but please don't do that. And unless you do it the way we did it for Professor Small, when we brought him to a seminary, a Kemetic seminary system, and did an official public declaration that you are now Dr. Small. And he was so grateful. He said, I've been doing this shit flag all my life, and I'm 70 years old, and this is the first doctorate I've received, you know? And so, yes, and we did that right here in Los Angeles. And so I'm saying I'm particular about this stuff too. And I understand how you feel, Reggie. It's not that I don't understand. I do understand. I'm just trying to get you to get to be more sacrificial. Be more sacrificial, you know, to be humble yourself just a little bit so that you can get these entrees and help these guys out here with these shrines. If they, the ones who will receive it. That's all. That's the end. Thank you for letting me finish, Reggie. I appreciate it.
Big up, big brother. Saber Reggie, know we done tried to kidnap him on this a few times. he it's not his path though, Saber Flag, and I understand that. This is where some of us come in that younger generation that built off of you, built off of him, and me in particular took up the flag when they tried to disrespect him initially, and he's starting to get the proper comeuppance now. And sometimes we disagree. Like this, he knows this is one of the things that we don't go hand in hand on, and we've tried to say, "Come on, Saber, just involve yourself this way." But his spirituality or lack thereof is more in the atheistic path. And what he deifies, and he respects. Remember, he still recognizes the ancestor cult and loves his parents, just like we all do. But when it comes to Ma'ah, like, you mind if I share my screen, Saber?
Yeah, go ahead. But I'm the host right now, so go ahead and share your screen.
Oh, you the shit. Okay, let me share the screen. So we disagree a little bit on this, and it's no biggie. But you need to hold on one second. You need to come in. No, I'll get it in a sec. I'll see you when you get here. Just come through when you at the gate. I'm on the joint. Okay. So what we have here, you can see right here. This is in the text. This is in the text. It says, and this is Kepra creating the universe. Not found I a place I could stand, wherein I worked a charm upon or with my heart. I laid a foundation in my eye, and I made attribute everything that has an attribute or that is created in this creation story at its heart is a foundation in my art. Everything. This is why when the king dies, or better yet, when the priest usurped the king, such as Akhenaten, and got rid of him, the foundation was still there. Ma'at didn't leave, the king left. They needed a better representative. And what they call the king is different from what they call Necha. Remember, he's a Necha because you're a Necha. You have the same attributes. We'll get to that in a second. But they call him the little god, don't they? That's his title, the little god. Why? Because he's not necessary to establish Ma'at. The priesthood can still establish Ma'at. And if we go further, it'll tell you basically that the foundation is not, it doesn't have to be the king. Everything is established in Ma'at. And that's what it is. So even though you build, you try to get a king, Horemheb didn't have a king. Horemheb started to reestablish. Let's go even further. Uzarezanhat, when Darius the First, a Persian, a foreigner, took over, he said, I needed to open the Per-Ankh and reestablish the Netcharu so that y'all pay tribute to the Netcharu. Paying tribute to the Netcharu and reestablishing the House of Life so that they can not only spread the spirituality, but they can spread what they do, which is heal people. And becoming a Sanu is what Darius wanted for his people. Ma'at was there and was reestablished there. And none of us will say Hannibal wasn't part of the legacy. Now, a lot of us would say Ptolemies wasn't part of the legacy, but the Ptolemies did something similar too. And they came to praise and give homage. To be a Shimsu, to be a follower of Necha, does not require that you be a king. It never
That's a fact.
has.
But
It never
quick,
will. Go ahead,
quick
Saber.
question, brother Asar.
Yes, sir.
Is there a difference? So in the new kingdom and the old kingdom, I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, in the old kingdom, only the king could become Osiris.
No.
When we look into
Oh,
and get to like the Amen Ra cults, when they establish and usurp power, now the common person can be Osiris as well. Is that not
yes. Yes,
okay?
you're correct with that.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I think Saber Reggie pointed that out with you too. And I had to point that out to Judah last night as well.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk.
Go ahead, Saber.
I'm gonna talk. Nope, nope, nope,
Come
nope.
Saber, he about to get me.
Uh, what I do believe in is service. That's what I've been taught, service. And and those people that I uh learn from and also respect and see, I will promote them. So I do respect Asar Imka, right? So everybody knows that. I've known him for at least 8, 9 years when they weren't even all the Kemetic people, let's say the Kemetic priests, the Kemetics, they weren't giving him any time. They weren't respecting him. So I stayed and worked with the brother. The king's I'm a king's royal dresser, right? I told him what he needed to do. I worked with him, right? And I built up his skills and I accepted him for who he is. I'm not Ansar Ka. He is a person in my eye, right? And I respect him. That's not my path. Otherwise, right? My path is to teach what my teachers taught, right? And that may change, but I teach to the people that I meet what my teachers taught me, right? So if you're a Kemetic priest and you don't know the meta nature, then you need to get with someone who knows the meta nature. You may know the text in English, but that will fail you in the long run, right? That will fail you. If you want to do innovation, me and Hassan Ka, we challenge those people with innovations, right? Like you tell me that you're doing an opening of the way, you're doing a funerary ceremony, right? But the people don't know it's anytime you call Kabesaneth happy, do a matef, right? What's the other one that I missed? Happy
Imseti.
Instead,
Yeah.
Hinty Kim.
call those people. You call those people. Why are we doing a funerary ceremony when a baby is born? Why are we doing it? Why are we saying when it says recitation to a sar, right? When it says something like I see your face in Nezarek Usir, right? First of all, I'm not trying to see Usir right now, right? I'm not even trying to talk about Usir right now. Usir is in the afterlife. I'm not trying to see him at all, right? At all, right now. Why do I have all these ceremonies to Usir? Why? Because we're reading the wrong text. Now, my Seba, Hassan Ka, he knows the text for the living. So we talk about that. So he's the next generation. He's the next generation that you should talk to. I'm not. What I would do is if my young Saber has a question and I can answer it, I will answer the question, right? I will give him my best guidance. I'm a servant, right? But I've been in a time period of a generation of priests, wherever they are. Priest kings like Dr. York or Muta Ashby, Osara Set, right? The whole group of, and it's a lot of innovation there. But when you ask them to do it from the text, it's not exactly that, right? So I'm just saying what you're doing is innovation.
I know enough. The text says enough, and the son knows that I'm right. Right? So I have a right to challenge these people because when it comes to me, I show it to you in the text. I show everything that I disagree with in the text. If you want to see the conspiracy where a Sparta put his priest to death, I can show you that. And that's what I do. So I'm just a resource. Don't be worrying about my who. I appreciate if you want me to do this and that, but I knew Dr. Ben. I sat with Dr. Ben. I had lunch with Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. I talked to these men about their outlook. First of all, they were Black revolutionaries. They want the best for Black people, independent of a religion. They wanted us to do science, mathematics. They wanted us to read, right? They were highly critical of many of the people who people follow. Right? Infidisi is the only person of the priest that Dr. Ben loved. So I love Infidisi because Dr. Ben accepted Infidisi and he's turned out to be a really great teacher. Right? Religiously, I'm not doing it. But by history and by reading, I have deep reverence for their structure. So Brother Flag,
Yes,
the people don't accept me because I am critical. But Dr. Ben was critical. He was way more critical than I could ever be. But I am going to remain critical. I can tell you, listen, I can tell you, I came from the streets. I converted out of the streets into this stuff by Dr. Leonard Jeffries. And then when I went into ASCAC, there's the great teachers, but then I seen so many affairs. I seen so much that I can't talk about.
Please don't.
I've seen a lot of good, right? But I've seen so much, and so I know that we live in America, right? I know that the majority of Black studies professors, they became wealthy people, right? They had a paycheck, right? They didn't have to do what the normal people had to do, right? They were paid by institutions to teach. What they did collectively as it grew under Dr. Clark, yes, you had the African Heritage Studies Association, you had the Black Studies Conference, but after Dr. Clark, the path withered away. They just became bourgeois people who, for the most part, just write and talk. They don't really serve the greatest of people. And that's the facts. They're bourgeois. They could go to every conference. They can do all of this. But if you want to see them in rallies and stuff, the only person I ever see is Infidisi. I'm talking about that generation. But the rest of them, they're not part of the larger Black struggle. Right. So, I'm not. So let's just stop talking about me. Let's go find. Let's just pay about the information that I can give in this short life that I'm living, and I contributed. Listen, I went. Listen, what I did. Of all the people, when we was dealing with the Hebrews, I went. Who did I go and get? I got Smash Rockwell. I said, Smash. I don't know what your finances are. I don't know what, but Smash. You're the smartest, fastest meta-nature reader, and we need your help. Right? I basically got on my knees. I bought you Smash, right? And from Kim Trial is how many of you people know Smash, right? From that. So just let me just do what I do. Don't be worrying about because people don't accept me. I
don't know who these people are that don't accept you. I love you, and I think many more people in the community love you than you even can imagine. I bet dollars to donuts on that. I'm quite.
I wish Reggie that you would. Like, see, we all got our own thing, so I understand you, Reggie. I'm with you on. Once you broke that down to me about how you felt about it, that's cool. Everybody we're gonna all have our differences. But I wish you would stay away from the riffraff. That's what I really be wanting.
Riffraff.
The riffraff is people that still arguing about stuff that Dr. Clark and them have already done put to bed. We already didn't put all that to bed. I'm not saying no names, but you know what I'm talking about. I try to go. You be like, hold on. You be like, why don't get no support over here? Why I don't want to hear about Hebrew history no more, Reggie. I don't want to hear it. That's just me.
I do on both channels. I come on.
I got you. I love you, but the stuff that's going on right now, I can't do it, Reggie. I know you want to support you. You just don't know. I'd be really. I come over there. If I see you, I'll come over there and tolerate it just because of you. You don't even understand. But
well,
I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about Hebrew history. I don't want to hear about Islamic history. I don't want to hear about Christianity unless it's in the chronological perspective of how this stuff came into being. Other than that, we already know that the Phoenicians gave them their script. So what are we doing?
But what about the things in Kemet that you don't know? Like I did.
That's the only thing we want to talk about. But we want to talk about like what you're talking about over here. That's what we want to hear. But I understand you on somebody else's platform. But when we try to support you over there,
brother.
Go ahead.
He's my brother.
I got that. We got that, Reggie. Hold on. It's nothing against what's going on. But I'm just telling you how I feel. Reason why you be like, well, some of the people over here that you know support you, why they absent in those circles, but it's because of the content and what's going on. It stops us from, I'm just trying to be honest here, because we don't get a chance to talk every day, but that's why. What you teaching, we love. But what's going on with the people you are interacting with, they're subpar. They're beneath you. And I don't understand. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful to them, but we have already graduated.
Well, I'm trying,
and I'm sorry if these people, and they seem like they reluctant, they refuse, they fight you tooth and nail when you've done everything you could do to help them. So how long do we got to keep trying to keep bringing people along that don't want to be brought along?
Well, because how can I say, when you're taught by Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, they gave me a chance to learn from them. So from what is given, much is expected. So I have to be, if I'm not in those other platforms, these Hebrew Israelites, they will take over with their lives. So
no, they wouldn't. If the person whose platform it is quit putting them, hold on, if the person whose platform it is quit putting that on there, they would dwindle away. But if you keep giving them oxygen, they're of course. You know what I'm saying? And see, we tired. We don't want to keep talking about that no more. So that's why they taking over, because they gonna keep being religious. You ain't gonna stop them from being religious. That stuff that these people, JJ 7000 and all that, they trying to, man, I remember when this first started, they was like really the enemy. Now they've talked to, now they've intertwined their history and said that we brothers now. But you know that ain't the truth.
I told them the other day, we not brothers, it's war.
But I know, we know it's war. You see what I'm just talking about? They know they already know they defeated, but now they trying to make concessions, just like when D.I. went to the symposium. They was telling us before we had a voice there, it was a white civilization. When we come in and say, no, it's a black civilization, now it's it's a multi thing. It's a concession. But no, we ain't got to stop at the concession. It's a black civilization because that's the truth. We don't have to go with the concession to just appease them. That's what people are doing now. We're not stopping at an appeasement. It was a black civilization and its foundation, and you people dwindled in and at a later date, and we will acknowledge that in the right chronology that is supposed to be acknowledged.
I hear you, but I often am alone. I am often alone in these fights, right? And somebody got to stand up and tell these people to their face, you build nothing in the Levant, right? And somebody with some credibility has to do that, right? And I do that, right? So let's just get off of me. Let's get on what I could teach, right? What I can teach. People know if you can't get through that museum tour with me, kick rocks. People already know that.
That's right. And they better know your acronym, which is Ankh. Amen. Now that you understand that, so Saber Reggie, just even for that acronym or that acronym alone, showing you the principles that the foundation of sciences are built on, the Ankh acronym, where it talks about Amun Amunet and what the ancient Ramech would consider to be the foundation of science. He created that. He created that. We don't know if it's actually used, but it obviously fits and it's something that would assist you. They was trying to shoot at that. So when they bring up Asar Imhotep and all this stuff, who is basically a Hebrew trying to do an inside job against ancient Egypt, he's a former Hebrew Israelite. He was shooting at that. So I had to shoot him down. We had the discussion about is ancient spirituality the foundation of science? And it is, because you get it from a bunch of priests. And so he had to take the knee. Now he's converted to that thinking, to that saying. You heard him go against Ankh with it. All of a sudden it's commonplace. But when we had to go stand up for Saber Reggie, then nobody would stand up. Nobody would say nothing. When me and Saber Reggie had to go over there and get busy for the other little brother from Baltimore on that topic, wasn't nobody standing with him. Partially because he's aggressive, but he was right. You got to stand up for Ma'at when it's time to stand up for Ma'at. Now Saber Reggie is starting to shine, and that took a long time. That took discussions from Smash and Ujao, me and Ujao, when I first brought them to the Seshu Ma'ani Medu Necha, when they was guardians of Ma'at with my man Christopher Davis. So these wars have been fought. It took a long walk. Now he's there, but he doesn't want to be considered a Himnecha. But somebody like me who does astronomy, is an Ami Unut, an hour watcher, I accept those titles. A Saber Jabari will accept those titles. Now, one of us does things that are, part of his Kemetic tradition. I do things based off of the material in my Shemsu Asar tradition. I don't shoot the gun at him. I don't shoot the gun at Saber Infudishi. I just bring that new information, which is really old information, so we can establish the principles of Ma'at, and that Saber Reggie can do what he does and take his place properly in history. Our brother Flag can take his place in proper history, and they'll eventually get to see what they wanted to see over due time.
Yeah, just see my information. I don't want to talk no more about me. I just want to talk about the information.
That's right.
A lot of
I'm gonna catch a few more Z's because I gotta go to work tonight. Imhotep, y'all.
All right, peace.
Thank you, Reggie.
So in love with this culture, right? We don't want to see the reasons for its downfall, right?
Thank you for receiving that and
cut me off. You cut me off.
Oh well, because I'm going to leave, and I just want to make a promise to you. I said thank you for receiving that, and I just a reminder that Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, neither one suffered fools lightly, and I won't giving you my insights, however you receive them. They were not for you as an individual. I was doing that in a public forum, and so that the community could take a position or become aware and show you love, because I have nothing but love for you. So I won't bring it up again to you, Reggie, because I think the point has been made. So and
back to the
peace out the Flag. Yo, JJ, you need to. Your mic is.
Spoke him up.
Get him back in. You got to take the good with the bad. You got to be able to analyze, right? You got to be able to see when things go astray, right? When Black leadership goes astray in antiquity and currently, right? Where people make mistakes. You cannot follow any man, right, blind. You can't do that. The culture of Nile Valley is a great culture, but so is the culture of Nubia, So is the culture of Western Desert. So is the cultures of West Africa. So is the culture of South Africa, right? All of those cultures are really great cultures, and we're just turning over just turning over the top, so to speak, right? Of it. I'm going to do a presentation on. Anybody know Jungle Jim? Anybody know Jungle Jim?
No.
Okay, so you want to say, Quante? You want to talk? You had your hand up?
You on mute. Unmute yourself.
I'm just really listening, but I was just telling you, I was answering your question. I don't know who Jungle Jim is. I did hear it mentioned, but I do not know who he is.
Okay, so Jungle Jim is what Chief X. He is what he so I'm giving you a preview of this because I'm on Smash the Show. So Jungle Jim. So I'm gonna share my screen, family, share my screen. So what we don't know, Jungle Jim, great. And I don't want to get a strike, so I'm get smashed a strike. Okay, so Jungle Jim was in a period of the 1948 to about 1954. Y'all see my screen? Do y'all see my screen? Yes or no? I can't hear you.
Yes. I see your screen.
Okay, let me just reshare it because this is different than what do you call it? StreamYard. So I gotta keep sharing my screen. So here go Jungle Jim. So Jungle Jim was an American citizen in Africa. And okay, so let's just blow this up. So what Jungle Jim was based on Flinders Petrie and the eugenics. Jungle Jim is about this European in Africa. And this show, what I'm going to show right now, is called The Lost Tribe. It's called The Lost Tribe, 1949, right? So basically, Jungle Jim, he's a white man, and this is what he encounters in Africa is the Lost Tribe, which is white folks. So let's get to it, right? I mean, I've been watching Jungle Jim for the last 2 weeks, right? Okay, so Jungle Jim in this whole thing, you see this guy right here? Jungle Jim encounters the Lost Tribe of Africa, right? I'm sorry, it's blurry, but it's old. So this is the Lost Tribe of Africa. This man right here is one of the members of the Lost Tribes of Africa, right? And the Africans in Jungle Jim are all light, right? All white, except for the black people are savages. So here goes the Lost Tribe of Africa, right? And Jungle Jim, what he does is so based on Flinders Petrie work and all of that, Jungle Jim encounters. You see this woman right here? She African. She African. All these groups of people that I'm gonna show is African, and according to he's African, right? The black people now, they savages, right? They are the savages, but they're the lost tribe. So this carries on from this period of 1948 onward is how American audience, she's African, she's an African, encounters what American audience thought about who were Africans, and this is a lost tribe. She's from the lost tribe. She African. She's the queen of Africa, right? So now what we're trying to do is we have to, this stuff is ingrained in our memories, even if we didn't see Jungle Jim, like Chief X. We have to get this stuff out of our minds, right? And while these people are trying to make Africa white. Why? For a whole new generation, right? And we have to get this stuff out. This whole tribe thing here, I'll play a little bit of this. Maybe they'd be playing. They're all white people, right? Let's just play a little bit of this, right? I'm not going to play the sound, but you will see. Let me see right here. Yeah. Okay, these are Africans in Jungle Gym. See that? These are Africans. Let me show you another.
Hey, Smash. Sorry, Reggie. Hey, Smash, I'm going to jump on from my computer. Be right back.
Right?
Don't go nowhere, Reggie.
Who's that? All right. So there's Jungle Gym. So I'm going to show you another show at Jungle Gym. Let's go and see the Africans. So let's see. That's the Lost Tribe. The Pygmies. Let's stop and share this one. The Pygmies are white, right? They're white. And so what we have to do is we have to struggle to get these concepts out of our minds because we really believe Flinders Petrie. Not here on this channel, but the bulk of our people, right? They have repainted Africa for a long time of making Africa white, right? Okay, let me go and find, hopefully I find the people that they want to make. So you see these groups of people here? These are Africans. See this right here? These are Africans. See that? Okay, they're gonna pan to the monkeys, right? But these are Africans. So they go to Africa, they film this whole thing, and they're repainting concept of lost tribe, white folks, Africans these white Africans giving up their mineral resources to the Americans. Let me see right here. Oh, she African. This is the African dance, y'all. This is African dance here. You see that tribe right there that they watching? They Africans, right? This is what white America, Germany, right? The Nazis and all of this. This is during all this whole period that they, in fact, this is Africa right here. See the brother right there? He ain't a brother, right? This is Chief X concepts of North Africa, right? And so, let me do some more. Wait, I got it. There you go right here. He got the djembe drum. She's doing a ballerina dance and a little split. This is Africa for white audiences, for what white people really think, who are not scholars and experts. This is because they watch Jungle Gym. This is ingrained in the mind of white audiences and black audiences. I gotta find. Let me go and find. So yeah, Jungle Gym fight lions and all that. There's a black woman right there, right? Or the woman that Chief X wants to say are African people. But I will disagree with Ankh a million times because I know the reality. Here's African tribes right here. See? Right? This is blackface. Right? This is in 1948. So this is the period. Diab will write his book in 56, The African Origin Civilization, to counter what is going on in the world. Right? The world has not changed that much from when Diab wrote his African Origin Civilization in 1956 to now. Why? Because we have people like Chief X and the rest of them. Let me see this. Yeah, these are Africans in Jungle Gym. See that right there? Right? And so this is not a modern day Tarzan, but this was a flip side of Tarzan, right? Tarzan, we know, he was supposed to be the African, but he's like the Jungle Gym African. So when we're arguing with people who actually believe Hamite, Shemite, Japheth. Let's look at the pygmy. Look at this one right here. Stop share, share again. Stop share, share again. Share screen. This is what makes me so angry and angry about Black people, right? Because they ignored that this actually happened. So let's go, here go Jungle Jim. Let's go and find the pygmies. The Twa. Let's go and find the Twa. Okay. Where the Twa at? In the 3 episodes, I haven't even seen a dark-skinned African. But let's go and see the Twa people. Right? Okay, so here they are. There they were. So here they let's go. I gotta find a better picture of the Twa. Okay, where are they? Because the Twa is gonna fight with Jungle Jim to help them, to help Jungle Jim. So here's the Twa right here. This man right here, he's a Twa. And basically he has this rope made of African minerals. And I'll play you at the end when the white Twa, okay, so says that they will partner with the Americans. So let's get to this. Sorry, I gotta skip around because I don't want to copyright. So where are they fighting at? Let me go find out where they're fighting at. Okay, so here, okay. Where are they fighting at? Okay. So here goes, we're gonna see them soon right here. You see here? Here's the Twa. These are the Twa people, right? Do they look like the Africa that we know? But this was painted for millions of people watching these images, right? Here goes the Twa people. Here, where they at? There they go right there. These are supposed to be the Africa that they have painted. Sorry about the, but you'll see them right now. Here they go right here. Right? So they're going to be fighting, okay, here they are right here. Where they at? Right here. Here they go up in the air. You see that right there? Those are the Twa. Those are supposed to be Africans, right? Now, at the end of the show, I'm gonna play the partnership. So here go the Twa. These are supposed to be Africans. What y'all thinking about this? Right? So they're doing this for Jungle Jim, right? So now at the end of the show, we have these magic words right here. So I'm gonna play this right here.
Dr. Kingsley, we grow enough Maguma plants for all of us. Thank you, Makuba.
Your people will be well paid.
My people know what paid. They in the United States are, what'd you say they are, Jim?
Good neighbors.
Sure, that's it. We in the United States, good neighbors.
So these people are going to grow as much Magumba plant, which is a high-tech plant that doesn't burn. And let's hear them again. Let's hear the pygmy again. Come on. So this may not make you mad.
I can't hear it, Reggie. What they say? What they say, brother?
They haven't talked yet, so here they're gonna talk.
Dr. Kingsley, we grow enough Maguma plants for all of us. Thank you, Makuba.
Your people will be well paid.
My people know what paid. They in the United States are, what'd you say they are, Jim?
Good neighbors.
Sure, that's it. We in the United States, good neighbors.
Was the United States good neighbors? Now, so I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, and I'm gonna show you one other thing, and I'll stop with Jim of the Jungle. Y'all could talk. How many of you seen Jim of the Jungle? Anybody seen Jim of the Jungle? Let me know. Unmute your mics. Let me stop sharing while I show something else. How many of you seen Jim of the Jungle? Do you know that this is ingrained in people's minds, that Tarzan and Jim in the Jungle, right? And this is why Diop and the rest of them did this work. I can't hear anybody. Nobody's talking. Nobody want to talk to me. Everybody's gone.
What did you say, big brother? I'm sorry. I do want to talk to you. I was talking to wifey.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, did you know about Jim in the Jungle?
Oh no, remember that was me. That was like, nah, I ain't never heard of it. When you know what I mean. But I'm looking at it. I will say this, man. Look, when we talk about like how we watch movies, like how they be pushing and right, and they put, you like commercials is even built like that. You don't even know it's in your mind until you until it comes up, like you pass by that product or something like that, or you got a jingle in your head, or like the image in your head. You pass by the image, and then just like they said, like, nah, we're not paid. We're how they say it? We're not paid. We're in the service of America. How you say it in your language? Neighbors. Neighbors. Yeah, it's like the same thing. Like,
Yeah, right. And so
yeah,
what
no,
happened? So let me just blow this up. Let's see if I can blow this up.
Them reptiles.
Okay, so now I'm going to show you share screen. So now I'm going to show you the African, right? So there's share and blow this up. And so now in this picture, African people, the real Africans, they are going to be building a bridge. Let's look at the real Africans.
After many days and nights of uncertain and danger upon those strange and ever restless little nomads, Africa's pygmies. They have had a good day of hunting, and we find them feasting on raw elephant meat. The carving, always an important ceremony, is done by the chief, who is always especially conscious of this great honor. Toothless and rough going. On this day, they seem unusually happy and carefree because they're being well fed, and they know that there is plenty of food ahead for several days to come.
Okay, so let's look at the technology. Let's look at the technology of these Africans. Okay, here's our ancestor.
Now, at the lower end of the vine, two loops are made to form a sort of a saddle into which a man can fasten his legs. The pygmy who is to be the first to cross the river and carry the vine to its opposite side must have great courage, as his fellow tribesmen are preparing to literally hurl him into the trees on the far side. As we watch these little men work, we begin to realize both the size and the peril of their undertaking. We realize that despite their small size, their determination is great. Below, the vicious beasts keep watch. Should the vine break, should something go wrong, these creatures, fast as a greyhound, would soon satisfy their carnivorous craving. Now the vine is drawn high. Then, quickly, the holding vine is cut, and there he goes. But he is missed. The vine is too short. The vine must be moved farther out and lengthened.
Okay.
By
So I think he made it this time, right? Okay, let's see.
Dio, Dio, they all shout. In pygmy language, this means higher, higher. Now the vine is almost horizontal. And what? And success comes to these little men of the jungle. See, you could have done it the first time. The drag of the heavy line on this pygmy's frail little body is terrific, but he hangs on, trying to work himself free of the saddle without letting go of the vine. Exhausting work, and especially so, each carrying their one giant tree to another, immediately prepared. The bridge is being built. It is being built very high because with the constant alternation of hot sunshine and terrific rainstorms, it may sag as much as 20 feet, and there is no way for the pygmies to raise it once the sag has set in. This materials keep pouring in. The efficiency of these little people is truly amazing. Some take turns hunting. At the end of 6 days, the bridge is nearing completion. Even though there is still some decking to be installed, they're using the bridge, for the men on both sides must be fed. For 173 feet from tree to tree, it's 50 feet above the water. This friendly little tribe could have built the bridge in less time, but on dark and rainy days, they would stop, as we had explained as best we could, that unless the sun shone, photography was out of the pygmies have conquered another river and have protected themselves once more against the deadly perils of the treacherous crocodiles that are ever on the alert to seek out their human prey.
Can't stop. So these are the Twa people. These are the masters of the forest. These are the people creating highways, right, over across rivers for their people to travel to different places, to move from place to Africa. Chief X would have you believe that Africans couldn't cross from North Africa to West Africa, right, to the southern. He would have you believe these type of things. Yeah. So you can imagine these are the same people that would become that would create the God best based off these people. These are the same people that would ultimately begin to build the pyramids. We have to force our people to love our own people, right? And not to create these little white images of Africa, right? And this is the work. Do you see how much technology that took, right? To understand the crafting of these vines, to create this bridge, to understand tension, to understand to be able to traverse across large distances, to create a bridge, to even conceive of that. We have to. We can't replace our people with imposters that did none of this stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And this is the problem with our people. We want to replace our people with white images and make Africa white.
Hey, I was listening from the other room. I came back because I gotta get up out of here.
Yeah.
So it was now we 6 hours on the dot. Dr. Ben's real suit and JJ, thanks for the contributing. You want to say something? I don't think his mic is right anyway. So yeah, I gotta get up out of here. Thanks for holding it down, Reggie. I'll see you at the House of Consciousness. Thanks for all the contributions. And if y'all if you was watching this show like, man, I wish shows like this would happen more, you could go on and take your turn right now and get your contribution. It's Smash Rock at Cash App. But thank y'all. I'm up out of here. Appreciate everybody. Peace.
Thank you for the time.
Yep. Thank you. I gotta go now spend time with my beautiful family.